Chapter 358. After a long time, Ming Tian gradually came back to his senses. His originally ashen face returned to normal, but the corner of his mouth raised a confident sneer. Ling Xiao, you are indeed worthy of being my junior brother. In just 2 months, you have become so strong. But you will never catch up to me. Never. Hee, I have already said that you don't have to worry about junior brother Ling's strength. Not only is he strong enough, but he also has many tricks up his sleeve. His wisdom is outstanding. The swordsman king tried to use underhanded means to deal with him. Yuling, Zhao Ji, are you relieved now? Below the stage, Lan Yu also showed a trace of astonishment, then instantly recovered her joyful expression. To be honest, she was very confident in Ling Xiao, but the martial Dao law that Ling Xiao displayed still surprised her. Her seductive eyes flickered with excitement. Then she turned around and said to the people behind her. Lan Yu was now convinced that Ling Xiao's self-learning ability was too strong. She was originally worried that Ling Xiao would not be able to enter the inner sect for a long time, resulting in him not being able to learn profound martial arts. But now it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Dai Yuling and Zhao Xi were also very excited. They were even more shocked than Lan Yu. When Ling Xiao defeated the Swordsman King for the first time, they could at least understand that it was because of Ling Xiao's superior physique and Zhen Yuan. But the martial Dao law that he used the second time, they had never heard of it. Ling Xiao, this fellow, had unknowingly become stronger again. Moreover, he was ridiculously strong. But who did he learn this martial Dao law from? Lan Yu, Zhao Ji, and Dai Yuling all had the same question. He Suo, Ming Tian, and the others also had the same question, because in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower, they were convinced that such a martial art did not exist. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes turned to Ling Xiao on the stage. This guy, I'm afraid he still has many secrets. From the day he entered Yuehua School, he seemed to have been creating miracles. At the edge of the challenge stage, Deacon Wang, who was in charge of the sparring, stared at the Swordsman King, who was lying limp on the ground with an ugly expression. He was very disappointed. What he wanted to see was Ling Xiao begging for mercy. What was going on? Why was it the Swordsman King who was knocked down instead of Ling Xiao? He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, hoping to find a trace of injury on Ling Xiao's body. However, the young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was not even the slightest trace of blood on his slightly delicate and young face, let alone a wound. Even the young man's clothes were as clean as new. If someone had just arrived here, they might have mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao had not fought at all. Deacon Wang sighed, helplessly. Just as he was about to jump onto the challenge platform and announce the end of this battle, a powerful evil aura suddenly caused his expression to change drastically. Just as he was about to jump up, he stood back down. On the challenge platform, the Swordsman King, who was lying limp in a pool of blood, suddenly jumped up from the ground like a monster that had been reborn from blood. His true essence, which was not strong at first, suddenly increased by several times. Even his body became much stronger than before. His eyes shone with a crazy red light, and his hair was messy and draped over his shoulders. Boom! There was a burst of sound as his body shot out like lightning. The entire challenge stage shook violently. The surrounding inner court disciples who were watching the battle were also shocked. While charging, the Swordsman King's expression was hideous and terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a demon from hell. Fresh green blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared crazily, "Little beggar, give me your life." Deacon Wang was stunned for a moment, then sneered. He could have stopped the Swordsman King, but he did not. He knew what had happened to the Swordsman King. This guy had consumed the demonic elixir made by an evil alchemist. Not only did his true essence increase dramatically, his strength increased greatly, and he looked like a terrifying monster. At this time, the Swordsman King's lethality was no doubt astonishing. Deacon Wong only hoped that before the Swordsman King's cultivation went berserk, he would first kill Ling Xiao. At the very least, he had to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The stronger inner disciples also noticed this, but they did not care whether Ling Xiao lived or died. At this time, they could clearly feel that the Swordsman King's strength had soared to the peak of the Transcendent Realm third layer. Facing such a terrifying opponent, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be seriously injured. "Master, this is bad." The Swordsman King took the demonic elixir. Dai Yuling was a disciple of the medicine hall after all, so she was very knowledgeable, especially when it came to pills. She had seen the demonic elixir in a book before, so at this time, her pretty face was filled with anxiety as she shouted to her master Lan Yu, "Bastard!" Lan Yu, who rarely used foul language, was furious. The Swordsman King could not obtain the demonic elixir. Someone must have given it to him in advance. If I find out who it was, I will not forgive him. "Master, aren't we going to save Ling Xiao?" Dai Yuling anxiously asked. "Yuling, don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to Ling Xiao." Dai Yuling's true qi leaked out and actually flew through the cracks in the ground to the challenge stage, completely enveloping it. If Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she could immediately save Ling Xiao. But now was not the time for her to intervene. Although the rules stated that pills could not be used to enhance one's strength, if she intervened now, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would not be happy. She knew that little brat's temper too well. Among the crowd, Meng Yuan grinned. The demonic elixir in the Swordsman King's hand was given to him by him. Just as the Swordsman King was waiting for Ling Xiao to come, he rushed over and gave the elixir to the Swordsman King and explained the situation. To deal with an outer disciple like Ling Xiao, it was not worth it for him to personally take action. Looking at Lan Yu's attitude, if he did, she would definitely stop him. On the challenge stage, Lan Yu's threat did not have any effect. The Swordsman King, in his demonic elixir state, only knew that he had to kill the enemy. He could not hear any sound outside, nor did he know fear. The distance was close. The Swordsman King put his hands together and condensed a strange black sword chi. Then he roared, "Demonic sword kill!" His strength suddenly skyrocketed, coupled with the evil aura shrouding him. The Swordsman King's move was powerful. It caused the air to violently flow, forming a terrifying wind pressure. The wind blew Ling Xiao's clothes, making a flapping sound. However, Ling Xiao's eyes did not close because of this. He was still indifferent as he looked at the Swordsman King. Facing the Swordsman King's sudden increase in strength, many people thought that Ling Xiao would temporarily avoid the attack and plan for the future. After all, Ling Xiao's movement technique was said to be very strong. Chapter 359. Below the stage, almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to dodge the attack of the Swordsman King, whose strength had skyrocketed. However, to their surprise, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. He stood there, unhurriedly assuming a fighting stance. Clenching his fists, a faint phantom of a ghost king appeared around his body. In that instant, Ling Xiao seemed like a terrifying ghost king waiting to strike. A moment later, his fists suddenly punched out. "Fool!" Seeing Ling Xiao actually trying to meet the Sword King head-on, Meng Yuan couldn't help but sneer, secretly cursing Ling Xiao in his heart. Peak Transcendent Realm third layer. How could a trivial, half-step grandmaster compare to him? Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Ghost King Annihilation. A deafening clap of thunder suddenly resounded in the sky. At that moment, Ling Xiao's fists met Swordsman King's demon sword annihilation under the shocked gazes of countless people. Pung! The two fists collided in midair. After a moment of silence, the red light in the Sword King's eyes suddenly disappeared, and his ferocious expression instantly turned pale. Blood, mixed with bits of internal organs, spurted out from his mouth. Ling Xiao lightly avoided the spurt of blood, his expression indifferent as he punched out with both fists. His arms seemed to be enveloped in a thunderous roar. With a loud bang, the Swordsman King's body flew out of the challenge platform and crashed into the crowd like fragments of a thunderbolt fireball under countless shocked gazes. Seeing this strange scene, Deacon Wang, He Sua, Meng Yuan, Ming Tian, and the others' pupils shrank, and they couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Using the strength of a half-step grandmaster to defeat a peak transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. Ling Xiao's figure, which didn't seem very tall, suddenly became terrifying and mysterious. Looking at the Sword King's body that had been buried more than a foot deep in the ground, everyone was stunned. The crowd fell silent again. The Sword King's life or death was unknown. So this was the result. After a while, these people looked at Ling Xiao again as if they were looking at a monster. They didn't know what kind of pill Sword King had taken, but they could feel that his strength had soared several times over, almost reaching the peak of the transcendent third layer. However, what they did not expect was that the Swordsman King, whose strength had skyrocketed, would lose so miserably and cleanly. Just one punch. The punch that contained the power of thunder almost caused the Swordsman King's body to explode. Below the stage, Lan Yu had already withdrawn her true essence. However, the sudden change in the situation made it difficult for her to calm down. What a terrifying martial skill! What level of power was this? Gold, precious grade. High quality? Could it be a top-notch one? That's impossible. Lan Yu's chest, which had a beautiful curve, quickly rose and fell, announcing the extreme restlessness in her heart. As one of the top 10 core disciples of the Yuehua school, he had naturally cultivated top-notch gold-grade martial arts. But because of this, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate top-notch gold-grade martial arts. Even with her aptitude, being able to enter the basic level was already very good. Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple. How did he learn it? After a long period of shock, she gradually calmed down and sobered up. After carefully analyzing the martial skill Ling Xiao used, she suddenly realized that it should be the result of a combination of two martial arts. One of the martial arts should be the Divine Prison King's Fist, a gold-grade, entry-level martial art. Although the Yuehua school could not find it, there were records of it. But what was the other martial art that was used together with it? Could it be the 12 Golden Lotus Arts? Lan Yu couldn't help but worry. She was very clear about the risks of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. When did Ling Xiao cultivate this martial art? On the stage, Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The power of thunder gradually subsided, and the true essence wrapped around his hands gradually withdrew. Unfortunately, the time was too short. The Swordsman King didn't even have time to use his martial spirit before it was over. Generally, cultivators rarely used their martial spirits at the beginning of a battle. After all, using one's martial spirit was not without a price. Although it could bring about powerful effects, the consumption was also astonishing. After shaking off the dirt on his body, Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the Swordsman King below the stage. He didn't know if he was still alive or not. His control of strength was already very good. There was no way he could have killed the Swordsman King. It wasn't that he was being kind, but because of the rules of the sect. He didn't want to give someone a chance to find fault with him. The reason why the Swordsman King was unconscious at this time, it was probably because of the poison and the negative effects of the demonic transformation pill. If he died because of these two reasons, then it wasn't Ling Xiao's fault. He was actually very angry. He wanted the Swordsman King to die, just like that. The scene just now was indeed a bit shocking. If he hadn't used the true chi of a second layer transcendent at the last moment, he would have been killed by the Swordsman King. Since this guy was so vicious, then why should he be an idiot? He had never been an idiot. He wouldn't sympathize and pity someone without principles. Withdrawing his gaze, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the Swordsman King's situation. Instead, he looked at Deacon Wang and said, "Deacon Wang, this battle should be over, right?" Oh, Deacon Wang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, waking up from his shock. Ling Xiao's performance was really beyond his expectations. He really didn't want to end this battle. But the fact was, what else could he do? Just as he was about to announce the result of the battle, a person suddenly walked out of the crowd and stopped him. "Wait a moment, Deacon Wang. The sect rules state that if an outer or outer court disciple kills or severely cripples an inner court disciple, it is a capital offense." The one who walked out of the crowd was Meng Yuan, the flame deity's chief disciple. He was also one of the 10 core disciples. The one who spoke was naturally him. "Look, it's Meng Yuan. So handsome." The 10 core disciples, their auras are really different. As one of the 10 core disciples, Meng Yuan was not only strong, but also very handsome. He had the appearance of a refined cultivator. It was no wonder that he had many fans among the inner court disciples. Meng Yuan's tone was fair and just, but Ling Xiao, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, and the others knew that this guy was obviously looking for trouble. Lan Yu frowned and asked coldly, "Meng Yuan, what do you want to do?" Meng Yuan smiled faintly. "Senior Sister Lan, it's not that I want to do anything. It's just that the sect rules say so. The Swordsman King is an inner court disciple, a trivial outer court disciple, yet he was so vicious, seriously injuring him. According to the sect rules, this is a capital offense." Without waiting for Lan Yu to speak, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said coldly, "This senior brother's words are really ridiculous." "What did you say?" Chapter 360. "Ha, then what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? Trash ranked 10th among the top 10 core disciples." Facing Meng Yuan's sarcasm, Ling Xiao retorted, "If I was still a 7th heavenly layer transcendent at your age, I would have already killed myself by slamming my head against a wall. Shame on you." He was not afraid of Meng Yuan, although he was not Meng Yuan's opponent right now. If he wanted to escape, Meng Yuan would not be able to do anything to him. Meng Yuan's killing intent became even stronger, but in front of Lan Yu, he really did not dare to act. "What about me? It was just a spar. Yet the Sword Human King actually took a forbidden pill. Isn't that a violation of the rules?" Ling Xiao continued coldly, "And in the end, the Sword Human King's injuries were caused by himself. What does it have to do with me? He was poisoned because he used a deadly poison, and he was seriously injured because he took a forbidden pill. For such a person, I can only say that he deserves it." Meng Yuan's originally fair skin flushed red with anger and embarrassment after being questioned by Ling Xiao on the basis of reason, which was like a barrage of arrows. With his arrogant temperament, besides the flame deity, no one had ever dared to reprimand him in public. So how could he endure it? Good. What a sharp tongue. In that case, I, Meng Yuan, as an inner sect disciple, challenge you to a spar. If you really are a man, accept it." Meng Yuan said coldly, perhaps because he was suppressing his anger. His voice was filled with anger. "Ha ha ha." Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Meng Yuan asked. "I'm laughing at you, as expected of that old fart, the flame deity's disciple. Instead of learning good things, you've learned how to bully the weak and bully the weak." Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "A dignified 7th heavenly layer transcendent realm master actually wants to spar with an outer sect half-step grandmaster. Don't you have any shame? If this matter spreads out, even if you're not afraid of being ridiculed by other sects, does Yuehua school not have any shame? Below the stage, many inner sect disciples felt very embarrassed. The Sword Human King's request to spar with Ling Xiao was acceptable. After all, he was only a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator. The so-called intersect joint training was prepared for first transcendent realm intersect disciples, allowing them to regain their self-confidence against outer sect disciples. Intersect disciples. Intersect disciples above second-layer transcendent realm cultivators wouldn't participate. Meng Yuan's Meng Yuan, Meng Junior, Senior, Junior, Senior, Senior, Junior, Senior, Meng Senior, Junior, Senior, Senior. Truly disappointing. How could senior brother Meng Yuan act like this? That's right. That's too narrow-minded. How shameless he... Why did I admire such a person in the past? Sect Junior, Senior, Junior, Senior, Sect, Senior, 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 Junior, Junior, Lord, Senior, Lord, Elder, Senior, Young, Master, Master, Young, Level, Junior, Grands to the end, to you, Young to you, T? Just as Meng Yuan was in a dilemma, wondering if he should force his way out, a cold voice called out. It was a pair of slender legs. Lan Yu, floated onto the stage, stared at Meng Yuan, and said, Meng Yuan, you and I are both core disciples. If we spar, we'll be evenly matched. In order to avoid people saying you're taking advantage of others, why don't we have a spar? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lan Yu stood beside Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes darting around. Her pretty face was filled with a chilling coldness. Looking at Lan Yu, beside him, Ling Xiao couldn't help smiling wryly. Senior Sister Lan, you really don't need to do this. Lan Yu's cherry lips curled into a smile. I know you're not afraid of him, but there are some methods that don't need to be used so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Meng Yuan and continued. Junior brother Meng Yuan, as one of the top 10 core disciples, sparring with an outer court disciple is truly beneath the bearing of a core disciple, and it would truly be bad if news of this were to spread. It just so happens that the competition for the position of junior sect master is about to begin, so we can spar here, and it's beneficial to both of us. Meng Yuan looked at Lan Yu. His heart was filled with dread. He was very clear about his own capabilities. He wasn't afraid of ordinary intersect disciples, but among the top 10 core disciples, he was ranked at the bottom. None of them were easy to deal with. What's more, Lan Yu was ranked second. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao and sneered. Ling Xiao, I think you're just so, a guy who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Ling Xiao grinned and said, Ha ha, I know, you're jealous. Jealous that Senior Sister Lan is willing to protect me and ignore you, right? Meng Yuan was infuriated until he jumped in rage, his internal organs burning. Ling Xiao, this fellow's mouth, was seriously too formidable. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior Sister Lan, let's wait until the competition for the position of young sect master. I was rude just now. Meng Yuan finally chose to endure. This was definitely a wise move. Otherwise, the one who would make a fool of himself here today would definitely not be Ling Xiao, but him. When Deacon Wang saw that Meng Yuan had shut up, he reluctantly announced, The Outer Court's number 1, Ling Xiao, is victorious. The sparring is over. The Inner Court Disciple Swordsman King's abode belongs to Ling Xiao. He was responsible for arranging cave mansions for inner sect disciples below the Transcendent Realm 5th layer. So if he said so, it meant that the matter was settled. After all, even if these deacons were unhappy with someone, they wouldn't show it too obviously. They would only make things difficult for the other party behind their backs. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He didn't care whether the swordsman king died or not, as long as he got the cave mansion. That was enough. Wasn't the reason he accepted this competition for the swordsman king's cave mansion? He jumped off the stage together with Lan Yu. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Although defeating a peak transcendent realm third layer inner sect disciple wasn't difficult, defeating a peak transcendent realm third layer inner sect disciple as an outer sect disciple with a half-step grandmaster cultivation wasn't difficult. This was incredible. It was simply another pioneering feat. Senior Sister Lan, you're so protective of that kid, but I'm afraid you don't know that he's not far from death. In the crowd, Meng Yuan was still indignant and finally couldn't help but shout, "Meng Yuan, what do you mean by that?" Lan Yu frowned. The move he used to defeat the Swordsman King was obviously the 12 Golden Lotus Arts Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. You should know that this martial art is taboo in our Yuehua school. Is Ling Xiao crazy? How dare he cultivate this martial art? Doesn't he know how many talented cultivators die because of this martial art? In the crowd, another inner sect disciple exclaimed, 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Chapter 361. Every disciple who entered the inner sect would hear about the story of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts in their first lesson. The main reason was to let them learn from it. After all, this martial art had once caused the most terrible tragedy in Yuehua School. No one in Yuehua School wanted to repeat the same mistake. Below the challenge stage, the inner sect disciples' faces changed as if they had heard something terrifying. In the past, there were genius disciples who didn't believe in heresy and insisted on cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, but the results were all the same. Either their martial arts were crippled or their lives were in danger. I have the most right to speak on this matter. One of my junior brothers was a rare genius who had reached the divine grade treasure body in all three aspects, but in the end, he suffered from chi deviation and died miserably in the training room. That's why people who cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus Arts are either idiots, madmen, or arrogant and ignorant. For a moment, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with schadenfreude, pity, sympathy, and other complicated emotions. It was as if Ling Xiao's fate could no longer be changed. It was as if Ling Xiao was walking down the path of self-destruction. The faster his strength increased, the stronger his ability, the faster he would walk down the path of self-destruction. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly smile. No matter what they said or said, it had no effect on him at all. But perhaps these people were right. He really did have a trace of madness in his bones. If he didn't have this madness, he wouldn't have today's achievements. There were some things that if you didn't try because you thought you couldn't succeed, then you would never succeed. And if you tried, at least the chances wouldn't be zero. He looked at Meng Yuan and tried to suppress his impulse to challenge this core disciple. There was a voice in his heart saying, "Kill him. What are you afraid of? He's always against you. Sooner or later, he'll bring you trouble. Use your trump card. You can definitely kill him." But Ling Xiao didn't do that. Impulse was a feeling that everyone had. It was just that some people could control their impulse, and some people would be controlled by their impulse. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he used all his trump cards now, there was a high chance he could accidentally kill Meng Yuan. But so what if he exposed his trump card, his mountain river martial spirit, and the power of the ancient golden dragon? He would be in greater danger. Quickly look, the number one of the top 10 core disciples, Ren Xingtian, is here. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a well-proportioned young man with dark circles under his eyes walking over. Ren Xingtian is only 20 years old, but he's already a 30% half-step Empyrean. He's even more fierce than Lan Yu. Yes, this is what it means to be young and promising. Among the inner sect disciples, most of them were envious and in awe of Ren Xingtian. Ren Xingtian's appearance was very free and easy. Apart from the obvious dark circles under his eyes, he was even more handsome than Meng Yuan. In addition, the dark circles under his eyes gave him a devilish charm, making him stand out from the rest. Therefore, he naturally had a large number of female fans, who cultivated the 12 golden lotus arts. Ren Xingtian's voice was somewhat languid, as if he had no strength, but in the ears of those female disciples, it was like the sound of nature. Reporting to young sect master, "It's that outer sect disciple Ling Xiao." Meng Yuan cupped his hands respectfully at Ren Xingtian and reported. Ren Xingtian glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, then retracted his gaze and said 4 words in an icy voice. "Reckless and blind." Humph, Ren Xingtian, do you really think of yourself as the future sect master? My people are not up to you to evaluate like this. If it were others, they absolutely would not dare to speak to Ren Xingtian like this. But Lan Yu was not afraid of Ren Xingtian. Perhaps among the top 10 core disciples, only Lan Yu and the one ranked 3rd dared to challenge Ren Xingtian. The rest really did not have the guts. Your people? Ren Xingtian glanced at Lan Yu indifferently and suddenly revealed a hint of disdain as he said with a cold smile, "I always thought that Lan Yu, you would not be tempted by men. I did not expect that after picking here and there, you actually chose such a trash." And Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. These inner disciples were really arrogant and conceited. In their eyes, outer sect disciples were just trash and trash. Ren Xingtian, in this battle for the position of young sect master, I will definitely pull you down. Lan Yu coldly said. She was really angry. Ha ha ha, angry? Angry because of a trash? Ren Xingtian laughed loudly, and then suddenly pounced at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. "That's great. I like to see you angry. I wonder if you will cry after I kill him? Ha ha, just thinking about it is fun." Madman! Lan Yu secretly cursed and stood in front of Ling Xiao. Ren Xingtian was not Meng Yuan. This guy was a complete madman. In the entire Yuehua school, he really killed whoever he wanted without any consideration, because his talent was too outstanding. Even if he killed the relatives of the elders, he would not receive any real punishment. At most, he would be fined his salary or face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. That kind of punishment really had no binding force on him. Can you block it? Ren Xingtian's hand was as white as jade. Such a beautiful hand, but it was a pair of murderous hands. There were thousands of people who died under this hand, if not tens of thousands. Since Ren Xingtian became an inner disciple, every time he took a task, it was a task to kill people. Other tasks were simply not in his eyes. This hand could kill people, and it was very terrifying. Lan Yu did not dare to neglect. She knew that her cultivation was not as good as Ren Xingtian's, and her actual combat experience was not as good as Ren Xingtian's. But she must protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly moved. Lan Yu was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly changed her move and attacked in a direction that was obviously not an attack. However, at this time, Ren Xingtian retreated. He stopped his attack and stood there with a puzzled look on his face. "How did you find out my real attack?" Ren Xingtian asked. His words puzzled all the inner court disciples who were watching. No comment. Lan Yu secretly exclaimed. In fact, she did not see Ren Xingtian's real attack at all. She only heard Ling Xiao's sound transmission. Although she was shocked, how could Ling Xiao find out the secret of Ren Xingtian's move? She really could not say it at this time. He. Rin Xingtian looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You are lucky today. Listen to me and quickly stop practicing the 12 golden lotus arts. Otherwise, you will be dead before I can kill you." That was a completely commanding tone, which would make anyone who heard it feel extremely uncomfortable. After saying that, Ren Xingtian returned to the crowd and no longer said anything. Chapter 362. Senior Sister Lan, don't be angry. You know, the young sect master's temper. Even I am afraid of him. At this time, a young man with a righteous face came out and said to Lan Yu, "You run." The person who spoke was Yu Run, ranked third among the top 10 core disciples. His cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm 8th layer, only slightly weaker than Lan Yu. However, Yu Run cultivated a very powerful sword technique, so neither Lan Yu nor Run Xingtian were willing to fight with him. Among the top 3 core disciples, Lan Yu, who was good at alchemy, seemed to be the easiest to deal with. "You Run, you've always wanted to take my position as the young sect master. The opportunity is coming. I'll wait here." "Ha ha, I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Rin Xingtian gave people the impression that he was crazy, and it was the kind of crazy that was not afraid of anything. "Ha ha, young sect master must be joking. With my strength, how can I compete for the young sect master's position?" Yurin laughed out loud and waved his hand. "Stop King pretending. I know your strength better than you do." Ren Xingtian suddenly showed a ferocious expression and then cursed. "Since young sect master says so, then junior brother can only do his best." Yurin became serious and cupped his fists. "That's more like it." Ling Xiao saw that there was nothing for him to do here, so he turned around and prepared to leave. The battle between core disciples was not something an outer sect disciple like him could participate in. His top priority now was to continue to improve his strength and use his identity as an outer sect disciple to protect himself. "Senior Sister Lan, I have to go." Before leaving, Ling Xiao had to say goodbye to Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at Ling Xiao for a long time before she sighed, helplessly. "Even though I know that you won't listen to me, even if I try to persuade you, I really hope that you don't continue to practice the 12 golden lotus arts." Ling Xiao smiled. At this point, Lan Yu glanced at the crazy Run Xingtian. She lowered her voice and continued, "Run Xingtian wasn't this crazy in the past. The reason why he went crazy was because his beloved woman died. Moreover, the cause of her death was because she practiced the 12 golden lotus arts." "Senior sister, I know you mean well. But even if others can't, that doesn't mean I can't." Ling Xiao was not arrogant. One had to know that none of the people who had failed to cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts possessed a mountain river martial spirit. In other words, he was unique in this aspect. Therefore, he, who was unique, cultivated a unique martial art. Wasn't this a match made in heaven? This 12 golden lotus arts was like a martial art exclusive to him. However, he could not casually say these words. Even if it was Lan Yu, he didn't want to reveal the secret of the mountain and river martial spirit. He wasn't afraid that Lan Yu would compete with him, but he was afraid that Lan Yu would be under too much pressure. He knew very well how hard it was to keep a secret. He didn't dare to live with the other disciples because he was afraid that he would accidentally reveal the secret of the mountain and river martial spirit. He didn't even dare to fall asleep. Even when he fell asleep, he had to use a formation to protect himself. He could bear this kind of pain alone. There was no need for Lan Yu to bear it with him. I knew it. Lan Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior Sister Lan, although there are some things that I can't tell you, there is one thing that I can be sure of. The reason why so many people have accidents after cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus Arts is because the power of this martial art is too terrifying. Borrowing the power of celestial phenomenon is not something that anyone can do. Ling Xiao explained, "I will be careful. Maybe I will create another miracle." In fact, the reason was not only that. Ling Xiao had recently discovered some secrets in the process of cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. There were actually many obscure mistakes in this set of martial arts. If he hadn't analyzed these mistakes with the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, he wouldn't have discovered them. The master of the Moonflower Building in the inner sect had once said that this martial art was given to the Yuehua school by another sect. Therefore, Ling Xiao suspected that someone must have done something to make this martial art have such problems. Maybe the people of that sect thought that they couldn't cultivate it, but the geniuses of the Yuehua school might be able to cultivate it. Therefore, in order to thoroughly harm the Yuehua school, they used their powerful soul power to erase part of the key content and replaced it with harmful content. The cultivation of the person who modified this martial art should be at least at the Grotto Heaven realm. Moreover, their soul power was incomparably powerful. Therefore, even an expert at the celestial realm wouldn't be able to detect any problems. However, this person probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. This was an anomaly. Of course, even if the original appearance of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts was restored, the danger of cultivating it would be greatly reduced. However, the difficulty would not be reduced. If this martial art was so easy to cultivate, others wouldn't have given it to the Yuehua school so easily. A miracle? It's really possible. Lan Yu looked at Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but she was very confident in Ling Xiao. She felt that this kid was simply an expert at breaking convention. Then Senior Lan, I'll be leaving first. Don't worry. The inner sect will announce something later. Since you're participating in the inner sect joint training, you can be considered half an inner sect disciple. There's no harm in staying and listening. Lan Yu smiled. Okay then. Ling Xiao nodded. He was really interested in the inner sect's announcement today. After all, so many inner sect disciples had come. All the top 10 core disciples were present. It was definitely not an ordinary matter. At this time, the Swordsman King had been taken away by the people from the medicine hall. This guy was lucky. He didn't die, but he was in a deep coma. It would probably take a long time for him to wake up. As time passed, except for the inner sect disciples who were still performing tasks outside, the rest of the inner sect disciples had all arrived at the inner sect's main hall. More than 190 inner sect disciples, including the top 10 core disciples, were present. Ling Xiao looked through the crowd and saw Lung Hao, who had been taken away by Golden Light Heavenly Senior. At this time, Lung Hao was exuding the aura of a transcendent realm master. No wonder he was a super genius chosen by Golden Light Heavenly Senior. His cultivation speed was unparalleled. Moreover, this guy was younger than Ling Xiao. Ling Hao didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on Ming Tian. Ming Tian's gaze also landed on him. These two were known as the two most outstanding among the new disciples. Whether it was talent or hard work, they were all first class. They were vigilant of each other, competing with each other, and paying attention to each other. Therefore, their cultivations increased at almost the same time, and the speed was extremely fast. Ming Tian entered the sect a month earlier, so his foundation was better than Lung Hao's. Therefore, his current cultivation was stronger than Lung Hao's. Chapter 363. Ming Tian's true cultivation was at the peak of the second layer transcendent realm, almost reaching the third layer. Lung Hao's true cultivation was at the early second layer transcendent realm, but his speed was also astonishing. Seeing these two's cultivation, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although these two had the advantage of being able to enter the inner sect before him, it didn't seem like they had much of an advantage. If he hadn't had to hold back all three of his potential to break through at once, his current cultivation would probably be higher than these two. It seemed that there was no need to rush into the inner sect. The number one outer sect disciples' resources weren't any less than those of the inner sect disciples, probably only a little worse than the 10 core disciples. At this time, Lung Hao and Ming Tian didn't regard Ling Xiao as a competitor, or it could be said that they didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. But not long after, the Vice Hall Master of the Inner Sect's main hall, a true heavenly venerable master, appeared. This wasn't a half-step heavenly venerable like the one-eyed heavenly venerable, but a true heaven realm master. Ling Xiao didn't know his name, only his surname was Zhang. Since almost everyone is here, this king will begin his announcement. Vice Hall Master Zhang stood with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was full of vigor and clear to everyone's ears. Today, I've called everyone here to announce 3 things. Seeing that the chatter had stopped, Vice Hall Master Zhang continued. The first thing is about the inner sect's joint training. The top 3 outer sect disciples will be staying in the inner sect for a period of time. If anyone wants to spar with them, do your best to hurry up. They will return to the inner sect in a month at the earliest. This king has also heard about the Sword Human King's matter. The Sword Human King is at fault here. He actually dared to violate the sect's rules by taking a forbidden medicine. If anyone dares to use this matter to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, don't blame this king for being impolite. Hearing this, Meng Yuan's face suddenly changed. He originally wanted to make a big fuss about this matter, but now that Vice Hall Master Zhang said this, he didn't dare act rashly. Not to mention that he was only ranked 10th among the core disciples. Even if he was ranked first, he absolutely wouldn't dare offend the Vice Hall Master of the Inner Sect's main hall. Not only was he from a faction with real power, but he was also terrifyingly powerful. He was even more terrifying than his master, the Flame Deity. Vice Hall Master Zhang glanced at Ling Xiao from afar as he revealed a friendly smile. He owed Yang Danlin a lot of favors and had taken a lot of elixirs from him. Therefore, when Yang Danlin asked him to take care of Ling Xiao, he agreed without hesitation. As the Vice Hall Master of the Inner Sect's main hall, if he couldn't protect an outer sect disciple in the sect, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the sect anymore. Although Ling Xiao didn't understand why Vice Hall Master Zhang would be so friendly to him, he could roughly guess that someone must have spoken to him. It was either Yang Danlin or Wang Han Tianzuan. Of course, the most likely person was still Yang Danlin. Only an alchemist could make a Vice Hall Master of the Inner Sect's main hall show such respect. The second announcement is that it's almost the end of the year. The annual competition for the position of Young Sect Master and Core Disciple will begin. This is open to the entire Yuehua school. Even outer sect disciples are qualified to compete for it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Vice Hall Master Zhang glanced at Ling Xiao deliberately. He also wanted to know what Ling Xiao's bottom line was and how mysterious Ling Xiao was. Seeing Vice Hall Master Zhang's gaze, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could deal with inner sect disciples below the Transcendent Realm 3rd level, but it would be too difficult to compete for the position of Core Disciple or even the position of Young Sect Master. There were only a few months left. No matter how fast he cultivated, after entering the Transcendent Realm, his cultivation speed would definitely not be as fast as the Martial Vein Realm. If he really wanted to compete for the position of Core Disciple, he would have to think about it carefully. Right now, he was more concerned about the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. The last thing is the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. Vice Hall Master Zhang's words attracted many people's expectant gazes. Indeed, compared to the competition for the position of core disciple, this ceremony was more suitable for most inner sect disciples. It was also an excellent opportunity for them to leap over the Dragon Gate. However, the core disciples didn't have much of a reaction to this. It was rumored that the Pagoda Ascension ceremony could only be held 3 times in a lifetime. The 10 core disciples had already used up all 3 chances, so this Pagoda Ascension ceremony was meaningless to them. The Moon Arrival Festival will begin in 2 months. According to the previous rules, there is no limit to the number of participants, and there is no limit to the identity of the participants. The only requirement is that the participants cannot be older than 30 years old. Everyone can participate enthusiastically, but whether you can enter the official list and step into the Moonlight Pagoda depends on whether you can pass the selection. Vice Hall Master Zhang smiled and said, "The selection process will be determined by the Moonlight Pagoda. Even this king doesn't know what it will be, but according to past experience, the strong naturally have a higher chance of participating. In the end, no more than 12 people will be able to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. You're on your own." Selecting 12 out of more than 1,000 disciples in the entire sect sounded like a small probability. However, more than 1,000 outer sect disciples could basically be eliminated, excluding some disciples who had already participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony 3 times, or those who didn't meet the requirements. In fact, the total number of disciples who would participate in the selection was only about 100, close to a 10% chance. This was still quite high. Ling Xiao secretly calculated, even with his current strength, it was still possible to pass the selection. However, he still had to work harder. The stronger his strength, the greater his chances. After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, the possibility of obtaining benefits would also be greater. He Suo, Ming Tian, Long Hao, and many other inner sect experts would fight endlessly for these 12 places. There was a youth in the crowd who was about 16 years old. He was not much older than Ling Xiao, but he was the first person under the 10 core disciples. He was known as the Inner Sect number 1. The youth's name was Shun Tianlin. It was his first time participating in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, so his heart was filled with excitement. The position of core disciple is mine. The first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony is also mine. Shun Tianlin secretly made up his mind. Vice Hall Master Zhang was very satisfied with the disciples' reaction. Only when a sect had an intense sense of competition could there be improvements. Otherwise, if everyone was conservative and had no desires, then the sect would be hopeless. Among the many inner sect experts, Jian Xing and Lin Feng shook their heads and sighed. The pressure was so great that they didn't even have the thought of signing up for the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. However, Ling Xiao had a different idea. He was very clear about how strong his strength was. He knew how terrifying his potential was. Now, he hadn't completely merged with the primordial golden dragon, but he had already obtained a very terrifying strength. Once he merged with the primordial beast's aura, how terrifying would it be? How terrifying! How powerful! Chapter 364. After the announcement, most of the inner disciples left. Vice Hall Master Zhang also left, but before he left, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder expectantly and said, "Little guy, Old Man Yang is looking forward to you. Although the joint training will only last for a month, I hope you can do something." Recently, the inner sect is like a pool of stagnant water. There hasn't been any new developments for a long time. After he finished speaking, he didn't care whether Ling Xiao understood or not and left with a laugh. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a long while before he suddenly realized that Vice Hall Master Zhang wanted him to cause trouble during this joint training period. Ling Xiao, after all, you're only doing the joint training temporarily. You won't stay in the inner sect for too long, so you'd better hurry up and do some sect missions that only inner sect disciples are qualified to complete. Lan Yu was not in a hurry to leave. Although she was very interested in the ranking battle of the top 10 core disciples and the competition for the position of the young sect master, she felt that there were some things that she had to explain to Ling Xiao as clearly as possible. The so-called sect missions would be announced on the bulletin board of the inner sect headquarters every day. As long as one was an inner sect disciple, they could accept the mission. After completing the mission, not only would they receive rewards and some resources, but they would also receive inner sect points. These points were the key to exchange for martial arts, divine weapons, elixirs, and other things. To put it bluntly, it was somewhat similar to the military points in the latent dragon camp. If a few points were enough, they could even enter the inner sect's Moonflower Tower to choose the martial arts they liked, from gold grade rare grade martial arts to gold grade top grade martial arts. Although inner sect disciples didn't need a token to enter the inner sect's Moonflower Tower, if they wanted martial arts manuals, they had to pay points. This was the sect's rule. Senior Sister Lan, thank you for your guidance. I'll start accepting sect missions soon. Of course, Ling Xiao knew the benefits of points. Since he had this opportunity now, how could he give it up? When he was in the latent dragon camp, he relied on his military points to obtain better martial arts, which allowed him to develop step by step to where he was today. Instead of waiting for others to give it to him, it was better to work hard to get it. He had always done this. There's no need to thank me. Lan Yu waved her lily-white hand and said, "You have to be careful. You have to leave the sect to carry out the sect's mission. In this way, those who have bad intentions towards you will definitely find ways to deal with you. You have to be careful. I will remember Senior Sister's words." In fact, how could Ling Xiao not know about this danger? But he couldn't hide in the sect for the rest of his life. What's more, with his current strength, even if a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator wanted to harm him, it wouldn't be easy, so he wasn't particularly worried. Since he couldn't win, he could at least run. This was the reason why he was in such a hurry to upgrade his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and Nine Devils Divine Arts. The Cloud Dragon Divine Travel could be used to escape. The Nine Demonic Divine Art could increase one's defense and strength. It was a very powerful auxiliary martial art. After saying goodbye to Lan Yu, under the guidance of Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao, Jian Xing, and Lin Feng found their respective cave residences. Jian Xing and Lin Feng shared a cave residence. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had a cave residence all to himself. Zhao Xi had already left. This Northern Han princess had always felt that Ling Xiao was too bloodthirsty and cruel, especially after seeing the Swordsman King heavily injured today. She felt this way even more. As a result, she felt ashamed to be associated with Ling Xiao. Junior brother Ling, I will also leave. If you need anything, just let me know. In any case, Zhao Ji, treat you as a good friend. At the entrance of Ling Xiao's cave residence, Zhao Ji said with a smile, "If you treat me as a friend, then I will naturally treat you as a friend." To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of Zhao Ji at first, but now it seemed that besides playing politics, there wasn't anything that couldn't be made friends with Zhao Ji. "Ling Xiao, if you need any medicinal herbs, just tell me. I can't help you with other things, but cultivating medicinal herbs isn't a problem at all." Dai Yuling said with a smile, "Haha, then I am very lucky. I don't need it now, but I will definitely need it in the future." As long as Ling Xiao was refining pills, he couldn't do without medicinal herbs, so he would definitely need Dai Yuling's help. "Then we will take our leave." After bidding farewell to Dai Yuling and Zhao Ji, Ling Xiao didn't immediately cultivate, but instead, he formulated his own plan. First, he would use the wooden token to go to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower to choose a powerful soul cultivation method. Then, he would go and accept a few sect missions. As long as he left the sect, he wouldn't have to worry about people looking for him to spar all day. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower. This time, he had other plans for going to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower. Since he already had an understanding of the primordial array in the inner sect Moon Essence Tower, then he would choose the best soul cultivation method. Therefore, before he went, he had to familiarize himself with the primordial array and strive to steal what he wanted under the surveillance of the inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner. In the mountain river Martial Soul, Ling Xiao practiced many times. But in the end, it all ended in failure. If he wanted to break the array of the inner sect Moon Essence Tower, then he would definitely alarm the inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner. At that time, things would definitely not be good. It seemed like breaking it was definitely impossible. However, through these many attempts, he had a more thorough understanding of the loopholes and weak points of the primordial array. Therefore, he had a new idea. Why would he be so stupid to try to break this primordial array? He could totally use these loopholes to steal the cultivation method manual that he wanted, although it was still very difficult to not alarm the inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner. But it wasn't impossible. He still had absolute confidence in this. In order to ensure the success of his plan, Ling Xiao spent an hour repeatedly trying. When the success rate was close to 100%, he then went to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower. Although this wasn't the first time he entered the inner sect Moon Essence Tower, he was still very excited. After all, the goal this time was a little different. The inner sect Moon Essence Tower's guard still had the same indifferent expression and ignored Ling Xiao. However, this didn't affect Ling Xiao's good mood. After flashing the wooden token, he entered the inner sect Moon Essence Tower and used the token to open the wooden door. After that, he began to choose martial arts. The whole process was definitely under the surveillance of others. However, on the surface, he didn't do anything unusual and did the same thing as the other disciples. The inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner stared at Ling Xiao with interest in a certain space. This young man who once chose the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, what kind of martial arts would he choose this time? He really wanted to know. He was also very interested. Chapter 365. Under the surveillance of the inner sect Moonlight Tower's Tower Master, Ling Xiao released a trace of soul power and penetrated into the outermost array of the inner sect Moonlight Tower. Novel. This array was set up by people from the Array Formation Hall. Although it was rather complicated, it did not stop him at all. After the Mountain River Martial Spirit's analysis ability was activated for a moment, coupled with his understanding of array formations, this array formation was instantly broken, and the entire process was done flawlessly. The inner sect Moonlight Tower Master did not have any reaction at all. Through this, Ling Xiao knew this inner sect Moonlight Tower Master probably did not know anything about array formations. If he wanted to discover Ling Xiao's abnormal movements, he could only sense some kind of abnormal fluctuation in the array formation's power. And when breaking the array formations set up by the Array Formation Hall, Ling Xiao could completely do it without any abnormal energy fluctuation. The next immemorial array was not so simple, but through his soul power, Ling Xiao discovered that this immemorial array's flaws were really so many that it made one's hair stand on end. Thinking about it, for 100,000 years, no one had ever been able to properly maintain this immemorial array. The damaged areas would become more and more obvious, and also more and more. After accumulating for a long time, this immemorial array was basically already in tatters. Previously, Ling Zhao's power was not strong enough, so he could not see it so clearly. But after the mountain river martial spirit mutated and completely fused with his soul, this raised his soul power to a terrifying level. Many flaws and loopholes that could not be discovered before were now clearly seen, and the entire immemorial array's operation method and composition method similarly became clearer. Ling Xiao even had a feeling that as long as he had enough materials, he could also set up this immemorial array. This was the terrifying ability that the mountain river martial spirit brought to him. It was absolutely not something that others could compare to. He was somewhat surprised in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Because next was the key. He needed to take out the martial arts secret manuals behind the other two doors from the space behind the wooden door. The high-grade gold-grade martial arts were made of iron. The top-grade gold-grade martial arts were made of jade. It wasn't difficult for him to aim directly at the jade plate. The difficult part was choosing a secret martial arts manual that he needed the most, which was compatible with his soul power. His current soul power was too strong. If he had a suitable martial art to complement it, he believed that he could use the power of the mountain river martial spirit to attack his enemies. In terms of pure attack power, it was likely to be several times stronger than a true Qi martial skill, perhaps even reaching the level of a 7th heavenly layer transcendent realm master. Of course, this would require the activation of the mountain and river martial spirit's power. It was very likely that the secret of his mountain and river martial spirit would be exposed. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would naturally not use it easily. But even so, even if it was an ordinary soul martial technique, it should be 2 or 3 times stronger than his true essence martial technique. It was perfect to use it as a trump card. Thinking of this, he began to choose the martial arts manuals. This required a certain amount of luck. Fortunately, the Yuehua school did not have many top-notch gold-ranked martial arts. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted to death. With a thought, Ling Zhao's soul power had already penetrated the gap in the ancient array and entered another space. All the signs hanging here were made of jade. He needed to choose the martial arts he needed in half an hour. Unfortunately, this isn't it. Ling Xiao was behind the wooden door, but his soul power had already penetrated into the other space. It was just that so far, the tower master of the Yuehua Tower had not discovered this. The martial arts Ling Xiao chose for the first time, although it was also a top-notch gold-ranked martial art. Unfortunately, it was not what he wanted, so he directly gave up. After all, these jade plates only had the name and introduction of the martial arts. If he wanted to know the full content of the martial arts, he had to increase the input of his soul power. He had simulated it in the mountain river world. At most, he would be discovered after 3 tries. Therefore, although he wanted to take back all the martial arts here, due to the limit of the number of times he could use them, he had to use them at the most critical time. He had to first find the soul secret manual he wanted, then choose another martial arts manual he liked. In any case, he would not lose out. Unfortunately, the next basic martial arts manuals were not what he wanted, which made him a little disappointed. His luck really wasn't that good. It was not until the 25th secret manual that he finally showed an imperceptible smile on his face. Found it. He found the soul martial arts manual he wanted. Soul Dice. This was a martial arts manual that sounded very strange. According to the introduction description, this was a martial arts manual full of adventurous spirit, created by a soul race expert, but it was only a temporary work. There may be many omissions in it, and the cultivator needs to constantly make up for and improve it. At present, this secret manual was a top-notch gold-ranked martial art, but it was only an incomplete martial arts manual. Those with poor comprehension should try not to choose it, otherwise it would be a mistake. The minimum requirement was that the cultivator must have the soul strength of a seventh heavenly layer transcendent realm cultivator. Every time the soul die was used, one's soul force would increase. This kind of increase was better than any cultivation method. So although it was not a soul cultivation method, it was better than any soul cultivation method below the top gold rank. The soul die was the same as an ordinary die. It was divided into 6 sides, each side representing a different attack mode. Once a certain number was rolled, one would have to use this attack mode completely. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to roll the dice for the rest of the roll. Using the soul dice only consumed soul force. Those with weak soul force should not use it rashly, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. This soul dice is really interesting, although there is a lot of uncertainty since it is a top-notch gold ranked martial art. Each of its attacks should not be bad. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly copied this martial arts manual. From today onwards, he finally had a set of martial arts that completely relied on soul force to fight. Forcefully suppressing his surprise, Yang Kai continued to choose his martial arts manual. There was still one more chance to not be discovered, although he did not lack martial arts manuals at present. If he did not use them, it would be a bit too wasteful. However, just as he was about to continue, a powerful soul force began to sweep the entire intersex moonlight pavilion. This soul force was extremely powerful, even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's soul force. It must be the intersect moonlight pavilion's pavilion master. Ling Xiao hurriedly hid his strand of soul power into a crack in the immemorial array. Chapter 366. Even though that soul power was extremely powerful, but Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being detected by the Tower Master of the Moon Essence Tower, because when he was simulating this process in the Mountain River world, he had already simulated a similar situation several times. As expected, after this powerful soul power scanned the entire Moon Essence Tower, it was withdrawn. Ling Xiao could confirm that this wasn't targeted at him, but was just a routine sweep of the room. After all, there were other inner court disciples staying in the Moon Essence Tower to choose martial arts manuals. After that soul power completely disappeared, Ling Xiao began to move again. This is... Ling Xiao's face couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger is a top-tier gold grade dragon clan martial art. Its power is even stronger than human martial arts of the same level. The martial arts created by the authentic Dragon Clan can only be learned by the Dragon Clan or martial artists with dragon-type martial spirits. The finger technique has a total of 9 levels, each level stronger than the previous. It pursues the effect of one-hit kill, and its lethality is extremely shocking. If used together with the Dragon Clan's soul power Dragon Might, the effect will be even better. When cultivated to small success, it will be like an immortal grade artifact, piercing through iron like mud. When cultivated to large success, its power will be even more terrifying, and it can even penetrate a defensive divine grade artifact. The reason why Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised was because he thought of his own terrifying finger. This finger technique was comprehended from the blue-clothed woman's finger technique from the Yuehua school. He had heard Elder Bai mention it later. In fact, his terrifying finger originated from the Heavenly Dragon Finger. The Heavenly Dragon Finger and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger were only one word apart, but the difference was huge. The Heavenly Dragon Finger was inspired by the experts of the Yuehua school from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. It was a gold grade, rare grade martial art that human martial artists could cultivate. It could be used with soul power. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was a top-tier gold grade Dragon Clan martial art. Only the Dragon Clan and martial artists with dragon martial spirits could cultivate it. Although Ling Xiao didn't have a dragon-type martial spirit, he wasn't from the Dragon Clan. However, He had the dragon bloodline and could attack in the form of a primordial golden dragon. In that form, he could only use the martial arts of the dragon clan. This heavenly dragon divine finger was simply prepared for him. In fact, the human dragon form should be considered the most balanced. It could use both human and dragon martial arts. That form would not arouse too much suspicion. After all, the divine dragon clan had once lived on the heavenly dragon continent. They had intermarried with humans and had given birth to children. People might be surprised by the humanoid dragon, but they would never associate it with the immemorial golden dragon. He was currently worried that he did not have any dragon clan martial arts. Yes, the reason why Ling Xiao chose martial arts was to make up for his shortcomings. Choose whatever you lack, and don't choose randomly. The two martial arts he chose this time, Soul Dice and Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, were what he currently lacked the most. After choosing these two martial arts, Ling Xiao did not continue to try, because the third time was very likely to be discovered by the intersex Moonlight Tower's Tower Master. This was also something that had happened in the simulation. Once they were discovered, all their previous efforts would have been for naught. He did not want that. So when he thought of this, he immediately gave up on his greedy thoughts and retracted his soul power. He directly chose a gold grade entry level martial art, Heavenly Dragon Finger, to complete his task. The reason why he chose this was purely to cover up. This way, when he used Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, he would not be suspected. After all, just based on the execution effect, the two were very similar. The only difference was the power. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was even more terrifying. Combined with the Dragon Clan's soul power, Dragon Aura, it would be even more shocking. After taking the Heavenly Dragon Finger copy, Ling Xiao turned and left. The intersect Moonlight Tower's Tower Master had been paying attention to Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao choose this finger technique, he was puzzled. Why did this kid choose this martial art? Didn't he already know all of them? Of course, Ling Xiao did not care what he thought. Anyway, he had already achieved his goal of coming to the intersect Moonlight Tower. He obtained 2 gold grade top grade martial arts that he urgently needed. It could be said that he had a great harvest. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao gave soul dice to his main body to comprehend. Because he was about to go out on a mission, this martial art would be very helpful in improving his battle strength. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was given to a sword soul doppelganger to comprehend. The other sword soul doppelganger was in charge of cultivating 12 golden lotus arts. This was his main internal cultivation method, the only internal cultivation method that could improve his cultivation. He absolutely could not let it go. As for Snow Lotus Sword Art, just sitting and comprehending it did not seem to be of much use. The key was to perfect it in actual combat. Therefore, he could temporarily put it aside. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body followed the same principle. However, if he wanted to break through Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, it would not be enough to rely on actual combat. He also needed some heavenly treasures. This time, when he went out on a mission, he wanted to see if he could collect materials to refine a higher-level body refining pill. Although he could not refine a pill of this level, Yang Danlin could. When the time comes, he would ask Yang Danlin to refine it for him. He was not in a hurry to cultivate transforming Shadow Sword Art. It would not be too late to speed up cultivating Snow Lotus Sword Art after it was perfected. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had cultivated the terrifying finger before. The moment he saw the Heavenly Dragon Finger, he had some kind of epiphany. In just a moment, he had already comprehended the first level, and the speed of comprehension of Soul Dice was even more terrifying. It was also divided into 9 levels. The power of each level would increase. So the first level was actually the key. One had to comprehend 6 different types of attack or defense. The difficulty of this was extremely high. In the end, he only used less than a quarter of an hour to completely comprehend the first level. If other martial artists were to know of this, they would be extremely shocked. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unheard of. One had to know that even the most common martial arts of the human race, as the level increased, the difficulty of cultivating would also increase exponentially. It could be said that every level was a natural moat. Without enough accumulation, it was really difficult to cross over. Gold grade entry-level martial arts were legendary, extraordinary martial arts in the secular world. Most martial artists would not be able to obtain 1 or 2 in their lifetime. And even if they obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it successfully due to their comprehension and aptitude. Of course, for martial artists who were qualified to enter the 12 sects, gold grade entry-level martial arts were not that exaggerated. For example, for outer disciples like Yuehua School, they could cultivate gold grade entry-level martial arts as they wished. As long as they were willing to endure hardships and work hard, it was only a matter of time before they succeeded in comprehending and cultivating it. However, when it came to rare gold grade martial arts, its power would increase exponentially. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivating it would also increase exponentially. Only inner disciples were qualified to cultivate martial arts of this level. Ling Xiao had once asked Lan Yuer about the level of cultivation of rare gold grade martial arts for inner disciples. The conclusion made him a little stunned. Chapter 367. Even for rare gold grade martial arts, very few inner sect disciples could cultivate them to the perfection stage, let alone the transcendent stage. As for superior gold grade martial arts, it was said that those below the 7th level of the transcendent realm were not qualified to cultivate them. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to comprehend them. The top 10 core disciples generally cultivated high-grade gold grade martial arts. As for top gold grade martial arts, the difficulty level was much higher than gold grade martial arts, and the requirements were also much higher. Among the Yuehua sect disciples, only the top 3 of the top 10 core disciples were able to cultivate martial arts of this level. The rest were not qualified at all. Even many deacons, hall masters, and elders could not comprehend superior gold grade martial arts because of their perception. In the Yuehua sect, there were only slightly more than 30 top-grade gold level martial arts manuals. This was why Ling Xiao could find a martial arts manual that he liked so quickly. However, he was quite lucky. If he had joined another sect, he might not have had martial arts like Soul Dai and Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. After all, these were the sect treasures of the Yuehua school. For a martial art of this level, Ling Xiao had only spent 15 minutes to comprehend it, and he had actually cultivated it to the first level. This frightening level of comprehension was truly frightening. However, if one thought about it carefully, the reason was very simple. First of all, Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. Its analytical ability was really terrifying. It could let Ling Xiao comprehend extremely complex and difficult martial arts in the simplest way. Second, after Ling Xiao's soul merged with the mountain and river martial spirit, his perception increased to a terrifying level. Geniuses and super geniuses were nothing in front of him. Of course, there was another reason. He had cultivated the terrifying finger before, which helped him comprehend Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger faster. As for the rapid improvement of soul dice, it originated from his terrifying soul force. As for Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, he had only seen it once and had basically mastered it. After all, the terrifying finger originated from Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. After being perfected by the mountain and river martial spirit, It was even more perfect than Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. It only lacked a few moves. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. Under these circumstances, learning Heavenly Dragon Finger was simply too easy. The reason why he learned this was to cover up the fact that he had learned Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Martial arts like soul dice could also be found in other sects, so Ling Xiao wasn't worried about being discovered. However, Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was the only martial art in Yuehua school. It was a martial art passed down from generation to generation, so it was impossible for it to be leaked. After all, Ling Xiao had obtained it through unorthodox means. Concealing it a little was also to avoid more trouble. After spending 2 hours, Ling Xiao consolidated the realm of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger at the first level. He even tested its power. When used in his dragon form, its power was already comparable to the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist, Destruction. However, Destruction was an AoE skill. As for the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, it condensed Zhen Yuan into a single line, completely dealing damage. Its single-target killing power was extremely shocking. He had gradually familiarized himself with the 6 transformations of soul dice. Because the 6 points represented 6 completely different attack methods, it was difficult to judge its power. However, overall, the control of the soul dice was relatively poor. Because the points were random, it was difficult to judge what kind of dice would be thrown. However, its overall power was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. In ordinary battles, using Snow Lotus Sword Art and Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger would be more suitable. However, if he was facing a very powerful opponent or an enemy with unknown abilities, soul dice would be more suitable. It was like gambling. If he was lucky, he could throw a suitable attack pattern, which would be amazing. However, if he couldn't throw a suitable one, although the attack would still be very terrifying, the trouble was that he wouldn't be able to control it. Currently, he would still use different martial skills in battle according to the strength of his opponent and their fighting style. The more commonly used martial skills were naturally still Divine Prison King Fist and Snow Lotus Sword Art. As for Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger and Soul Dice, as well as the Martial Dao Law, he was still in the comprehension and cultivation stage. He might try it occasionally, but it wouldn't be his main attack method. Even so, his current strength was extremely terrifying. Even a cultivator at the 5th heaven of the transcendent realm would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to defeat him. Feeling that he had comprehended enough, Ling Xiao put down the 2 newly obtained martial skills and prepared to spend some time to upgrade Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and 9 Demons Divine Art. Previously, he had cultivated a large number of gold-grade entry martial skills as materials for upgrading, and now it was time for him to use them. The process of upgrading was simpler than before, mainly because he was familiar with it. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Journey had been upgraded to Gold Grade High Grade Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusory Array. As the name implied, Ling Xiao had integrated the essence of spirit arrays into this movement technique, causing Cloud Dragon Divine Journey to become more illusory. Not only was it faster, but it was also harder to catch. If he wanted to upgrade this martial skill next, he would have to use rare grade gold grade martial skills as materials. It was really extravagant. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao's 9 Demons Divine Art had also been successfully upgraded to Gold Grade High Grade 9 Demons Divine Art, Plague Demon King. After the upgrade, the 9 Demons Divine Art had unlocked the abilities of 2 Demon Kings, Evil Beast Demon King and Plague Demon King. After demonification, the Evil Beast Demon King could use the power of evil beasts to increase its attack and defense, and its body would undergo some special changes. After demonification, The Plague Demon King could use the power of plague to spread plague or devour plague. Its body wouldn't change, but its aura would become extremely evil. With Ling Zhao's style, he didn't like the Plague Demon King. However, plague could also be used to deal with enemies. As long as it didn't harm the innocent, it wouldn't hurt to use it. Of course, the most important thing was that after upgrading to gold grade high-grade martial skills, the supplementary abilities of the 9 demons' divine art had also increased by a lot. Previously, it could increase its power by 10%, but now it could increase its power by 20%, and it also had special effects. This naturally helped him a lot when using other martial skills. However, the most important thing was that his physical strength had greatly increased. In case he encountered a situation where he couldn't use his true yuan and soul power, this would play a key role. After upgrading the 2 great martial skills, Ling Xiao left the cave and headed to the mission bulletin board in the inner sect main hall. Everything he had done was for the sake of taking on a few sect missions. In this way, not only could he train himself, but he could also obtain sect points. It was a rare opportunity. Chapter 368. Ling Xiao was not an inner sect disciple. He could only accept sect missions when he participated in the inner sect joint training. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait until he was promoted to the inner sect to earn points. That would be too late. On the mission bulletin board, there was a more detailed introduction to the sect missions. Completing a sect mission could earn sect points, spirit stones, gold coins, and other rewards, mainly based on the difficulty of the mission. If the mission failed, not only would the mission not be rewarded, but it would also be punished. This was also to prevent some people from overestimating themselves and taking on difficult missions in order to earn a lot of rewards. Not only would that be a waste of time, but it would also damage the sect's reputation. The more failures, the more severe the punishment. At first, it could be a salary penalty, then it could be a deduction of sect points, and if it reached a certain point, it could be a waste of one's cultivation, expulsion from the sect, or even a death sentence. Therefore, although sect missions had many benefits, they couldn't be accepted casually. Missions didn't require a number of people, but the rewards were limited, so naturally, the fewer people there were, the more they would receive. However, most people were still willing to team up to complete the mission. After all, the more difficult the mission was, the easier it would be to team up. Ling Xiao roughly checked the Yuehua School's sect missions were divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 realms of the Transcendent Realm. From the 1st layer to the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, there was also a half-step Heavenly Venerable. There were exactly 10 levels of sect missions. For example, a level 1 mission was for a 1st layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. A level 2 mission could be completed by a 2nd layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, or 2 or more 1st layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. As for how to do it and how to team up, it was all up to the cultivator. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. His current cultivation was at the early 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm, so if he accepted a level 2 mission, it would be easier to complete it alone. However, he was a person who liked to accept challenges. He wasn't interested in level 2 missions at all, and instead turned his attention to level 3 missions. This kind of mission was more challenging when completed alone, and it would have the effect of tempering oneself, as well as earning more sect points and other rewards. Got it. Ling Xiao quickly found a mission that was very suitable for him, and the reward was also very good. Of course, the most important thing was that he had just cultivated the 9 demons' divine art Plague Demon King, so he was not afraid of the plague and poison at all. He could even use it to attack the enemy. And this mission was related to the plague. Task title: Investigate the Valley of Plagues mission introduction. Located in the western wilderness of northern Han, there is a large valley enveloped by a plague. Within the valley live several hundred families. However, It is unknown whether they are dead or alive. Rumor has it that there is a frightening, vicious beast within the valley that uses the plague to survive and cultivate. Mission objective: head to the plague valley and investigate the cause of the plague. Kill the plague beasts. There will be additional rewards for killing the plague beasts. Ling Xiao had heard about the Valley of Pestilence before. When he was still a beggar, he had heard about it from storytellers. At that time, the Valley of Pestilence was his worst nightmare. But now, he really wanted to see what kind of secrets this Valley of Pestilence held. It was said that some disciples of other sects had once attempted this mission, including the disciples of Yuehua School. Among them, there were even transcendent realm third-layer cultivators. They had even formed a team to carry out the mission, but in the end, none of them returned. In the past, this mission's level was only level 2, but because of a series of situations, it was upgraded to level 3. Except, Ling Xiao did not hesitate and took out the mission token to accept the mission. The same mission could be accepted by more than one person, and whoever completed it first would receive the reward. Of course, there were also restrictions. For example, this level 3 mission could only be accepted by 2 teams at the same time. Just as Ling Xiao took out the mission token, a team of 3 people also came over to take the mission token. Of these 3 people, one was a peak transcendent realm third-layer cultivator, while the other 2 were early transcendent realm third-layer cultivators. It should be said that this team's strength was very strong. Spending so much effort to accept a level 3 mission didn't seem very normal. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for being suspicious. Moreover, his guess was correct. I didn't make it in time. Just as Ling Xiao finished registering the mission, filled in his name, and walked out of the inner sect main hall, he happened to run into Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji wore a helpless expression. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "I know those 3 people. The strongest one is called Wan Yanjun, and the other 2 are Chun Zue and Shangguan Lei. They have a very good relationship with He Suo. Although I'm not sure if this matter has anything to do with He Suo, they will definitely do something to harm you." Zhao Ji warned. No wonder I always felt that sending 3 transcendent realm third-layer cultivators to accept a level 3 mission was a bit overkill. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Many thanks for Senior Brother Zhao's reminder, but it doesn't matter. The reason I accepted this mission is mainly because it suits me better, and the reward is quite good. As long as I complete the investigation, I'll receive 100 low-rank spirit stones and 100 sect points. If I can kill the plague monster, the reward will be doubled. If you die, the reward will be useless." Zhao Ji said anxiously, "Senior Brother Zhao, I know you have good intentions, but I really don't care about those 3. I'm just a little disappointed." "Disappointed about what?" "Disappointed that He Suo didn't join them. That way, the grudge between me and He Suo could be resolved." Ling Xiao showed a sneer. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to wait for others to plot against him. He preferred to take the initiative. "If those 3 really intend to harm me, I won't let them come back alive," Ling Xiao said, as if this was a very normal thing. "Those are 3 transcendent realm third-layer grandmasters." Zhao Ji was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know if Ling Xiao had gone crazy or if he had misjudged Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao was stronger than he had imagined? In his mind, Ling Xiao was equivalent to an early transcendent realm third-layer grandmaster. Previously, Yang Kai had been able to easily defeat the Sword King who had taken the demonization pill because the Sword King's strength had skyrocketed and he had lost his mind. That kind of enemy wasn't terrifying. Even if he was slightly weaker, he could still deal with them. But now, listening to Ling Xiao's words, it seemed he didn't care about 3 transcendent realm third-layer grandmasters. "Junior Brother Ling, just how strong have you become?" Zhao Ji couldn't help smiling bitterly. That's a secret, but you'll know in the future. Take this as a token of my gratitude. Senior brother, Zhao. Ling Xiao directly threw the Heavenly Dragon Finger, martial skill book, to Zhao Ji. This was an impromptu decision. Chapter 369. Heavenly Dragon Finger wasn't Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, and it wasn't a secret martial technique unique to Yuehua School, so it wasn't a problem to give it to Zhao Ji. A rare gold-grade martial art. Zhao Ji was overjoyed. He only thought that befriending Ling Xiao would bring him a lot of benefits, but he didn't expect the benefits to come so quickly, and it was so heavy. One had to know that although he was promoted to the inner sect, he still didn't have enough points to enter the inner sect Moonlight Tower. This rare gold-grade martial art was too important to him. Take it and cultivate. I got it in the secular world. I used it before, and you've seen its power. Ling Xiao smiled. Don't refuse. I don't like to owe people favors. Fine. Zhao Ji originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he simply accepted it. Junior brother Ling, you don't have to listen to me, but you must be careful. If I'm not wrong, those 3 people will definitely make a move on you. Zhao Ji took Ling Xiao's things, so naturally, he would spare no effort to help Ling Xiao. I will. After returning to the cave abode, Ling Xiao spent an hour meticulously preparing for a round of battle. The main thing was that he had refined 2 cauldrons of pills, and in addition to the ones he had refined before, he had a complete set of pills on him. Recover true qi, recover qi and blood, heal wounds, remove negative effects, and so on. He had all kinds of pills. He didn't need too many, just enough for him to use. In addition, he prepared some fire snake refining array stones. This was the offensive array he was most proficient in at the moment, although it might not cause much damage to transcendence. However, as long as it was used properly, it could have unexpected effects. Since time was tight, he could only do this. If he became an inner sect disciple in the future, it wouldn't be a problem to slowly prepare stronger refining array stones. But for now, he could only make do. Although it was just making do, these things were definitely enough for him to protect his life and safely return to Yuehua School. The starting time of the mission was the time when the mission was accepted, and it was set to be completed within a week. If it couldn't be completed, the mission would be considered a failure. After a week, even if you met the requirements of the mission, it would still be considered a failure. If it was any other time, Ling Xiao might not have prepared so carefully. But this time was different. This was his first time carrying out a sect mission, and he also felt that Zhao Ji's judgment was right. Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei, these 3 people were probably sent to deal with him by He Suo or Meng Yuan. When he was out on a mission, the 3 of them could find a random reason to kill him. The difficulty of the mission this time was definitely higher than level 3. It might even be level 4 for Ling Xiao. After all, not only did he have to complete the mission, but he also had to face the threat of those 3 people. He hated being on, as to him, to him, to him, to take a, s, he... But he saw Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei as soon as he arrived outside the cave. The 3 of them looked at him with a half-smile, as if they were certain he would succeed. There were many inner disciples gathered around his cave, including Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and the Swordsman King's companions. "What's the matter, senior brothers?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. "Nothing important. We just came to remind you that since the 3 of us have accepted this mission, it's none of your business. You'd better not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite if you make a mistake in the mission." The one who spoke was a guy with a pointy mouth and a monkey's chin. Zhao Ji had introduced him as Chen Zue because his martial soul was a long-tailed monkey martial soul. His appearance gradually became closer to that of a monkey's. Chun Zue's tone was not only cold, but it also contained a strong sense of command and threat. The Swordsman King's companions were relieved. They had a good relationship with the Swordsman King. Now that the Swordsman King was seriously injured, they did not have the guts to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. So, they were waiting for Ling Xiao to be in trouble and gloat. Today, they got what they wanted. Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling were worried. They were not even out of the sect yet, and the other party was already so aggressive. Once they were out of the sect, wouldn't Ling Xiao be in more trouble? The sect mission depends on one's own ability. If senior brothers are not confident, you can give up. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao replied coldly to Chen Zue and flew away. Chen Zue wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Wanyan Jun. Follow him first. This guy's strength is not bad. We can make use of him first. After we complete the mission, then he made a gesture of slitting his neck. It was very subtle. Other than Chun Zue and Shangguan Lei, no one else saw it. That's true. The three of them chased after Ling Xiao. Not long after they left, Meng Yuan and He Suo appeared in the crowd. Eldest senior brother, according to what I said, we should torture Ling Xiao and then kill him with our own hands. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? He Suo naturally knew of Meng Yuan's plan. After all, Wanyan Jun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei were brought here by him. Junior brother, this is a rare opportunity. We don't have a chance to do anything to him in the sect. You should be content. At worst, I'll have Wanyan Jun bring that guy's corpse back and let you whip it 300 times to vent your anger. Meng Yuan revealed a sinister smile. One day later, Ling Xiao was the first to arrive at the Valley of Plagues. He met up with the Northern Han garrison there. Wanyan Jun, Chun Zue, and Shangguan Lei followed closely behind. It wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't shake them off, but rather that Ling Xiao had deliberately done so. Ling Xiao wanted to test whether or not these three people really wanted to take his life, so he could decide what to do next. The Valley of Plague had now become a restricted area in Northern Han. Ordinary people were simply unable to enter. Even if a cultivator below the transcendent realm entered, they would undoubtedly die. Only cultivators above the transcendent realm could investigate the edges of the Valley of Plague without being attacked. As for the core area, no one dared to enter. Looking inside from the garrison's sentry tower, the Valley of Plague appeared to be covered in a gray mist. If one didn't have a special eye technique, wanting to see through this mist was absolutely impossible. Although Ling Xiao didn't have any special eye techniques, his eyes had long been strengthened by his mountain and river martial spirit. His vision could penetrate stone without any problem, let alone a trivial mist. Through the mist, one could see many strange beasts in the Valley of Plague. These beasts all had wounds on their bodies that were constantly leaking pus. Chapter 370. Ling Xiao could tell that these beasts were originally just ordinary animals, but after being swallowed by the power of the plague, they had undergone some kind of mutation. However, at a glance, the strongest plague beast was only a first-grade vicious beast, equivalent to a first heaven transcendent realm cultivator. The rest were all plague monster beasts, equivalent to martial vein realm cultivators, which was not a problem for Ling Xiao. However, what was strange was that it was said that there were nearly 1,000 people living in this mountain valley, yet there was not a single person in sight. Could these beasts have been swallowed by the plague and then mutated? Then where was this person? Ling Xiao had a very bad premonition in his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, there used to be a valley master of Plague Valley whose strength had reached the late-stage transcendent realm third layer. He was originally a disciple of the Yuehua sect, but unfortunately, after the incident in the valley, there was no news of this valley master. The garrison leader warned Ling Xiao, and the other three, "Young heroes, you must be careful. We suspect that there is a third-layer transcendent realm master in Plague Valley. Although it was the garrison that issued the mission and provided the rewards, they were not the only ones. However, they didn't know much about the changes in Pestilence Valley. Ling Xiao did not intend to waste any time here. On his mountain and river diagram, a three-dimensional map of the entire mountain valley had appeared clearly, including every gully and nook that could be easily overlooked. He only needed to look at it once to gain a better understanding of this place than the people who were born and raised here. As such, although the mountain valley was covered in fog, it was basically impossible for him to lose his sense of direction. Ling Xiao, why don't you go in and investigate the situation? Jian Ling Xiao just stood there and stared into the Valley of Plagues. Chen Zui asked, Senior brother Shangguan, junior brother's cultivation is too low. If I enter this plague, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my life. This mission should be carried out by 3 senior brothers. Ling Xiao smiled and said, according to his judgment, the plague in Plague Valley should not be a problem as long as one was a transcendent realm master. Of course, this was limited to most plagues, but there was a manor in Plague Valley where the plagues were blood red in color. If one wanted to enter that manor, their cultivation had to be at least at the 7th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm, or they didn't have a special auxiliary martial art like Ling Xiao's 9 demons divine art, Plague Demon King. After entering the manor, one would inevitably be eroded by the plague. Whether they would die or not, they would definitely suffer. If I tell you to go in, go. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei blocked his way, leaving only one path to Plague Valley. What do you want to do? Ling Xiao pretended to be scared and asked, What do you want to do? Humph, you'll know once you enter. If you want to live, then obediently do as we say. Otherwise, we'll send you to hell right now. Chin of course, Chin of course, please, please. Please don't kill me. I'll just go in. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated into Plague Valley. Outside, there was a northern Han garrison, so it would be inconvenient to act. However, after entering the Valley of Plagues, the situation was different. There were no living people in the valley. Even if he killed the 3 of them, no one would know. Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei looked at each other and smiled. This Ling Xiao is just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I heard that this guy is quite overbearing, even defeating the Swordsman King. But today, after seeing 3 third-layer Transcendent Realm Inner disciples, he's scared silly. After entering Plague Valley, Ling Xiao went straight to the manor where the blood-red plague was. He had already checked the other places just now and made sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Only this manor, because of the blood-red plague, could not be seen through. This was enough to prove that this was the place where the plague originated. Moreover, the so-called plague beast was probably here. In addition, the thousands of people in the valley were probably here as well. Since Yang Kai wanted to complete the mission, he had to come here. In order to take care of Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei, Ling Xiao did not move quickly. He was not in a hurry to act. After all, these 3 people were all third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. If they encountered any danger, these 3 people would have great combat strength. This sect mission itself was strange. Even a peak third-layer Transcendent Realm Yuehua school disciple was trapped here, so things were probably not as simple as they seemed. 3 senior brothers. This manor is a bit strange. Do you want to go in and take a look? Right now, Ling Xiao was completely acting like he was being coerced. He believed that these 3 people would not act against him for the time being. The reason was the same. He wanted to use these 3 people, but how could these 3 not want to use him? You go in first. Wan Yanjun ordered coldly. But senior brother Wan Yan, the atmosphere inside doesn't seem right. Will I die if I go in? Ling Xiao asked timidly. Cut the crap and get in. Shangguan Lei took a big stride forward and raised his leg to kick Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao borrowed the force of this kick to enter the manor. On the surface, it looked like he was kicked in. Ha ha! This little brat is really useless. Shangguanlei laughed loudly. Don't be so happy yet. I heard from senior brother He Suo that this little brat is full of tricks. We still have to be careful. Wanyan Jun calmly said, Senior brother Wanyan, you're being too careful, no matter how strong this little brat is. He's at most a peak second-layer transcendent realm cultivator. With the three of us working together, can't we kill him? Chen Zui said disdainfully, Even so, we still have to be careful. From now on, this little brat's every move must be under our surveillance. Wanyan Jun said, Seriously, but he's already gone in. Do we have to go in too? Chen Zui asked, Wait a minute. Wanyan Jun thought for a moment and said, This manor is only so big, he won't be able to escape. If he can come out alive, it means there's nothing wrong with the manor. Three senior brothers, come in. There's nothing wrong here, but there's someone who hasn't died yet. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's voice came from inside. Let's go. Wanyan Jun and the other two entered the manor together. After passing through the courtyard, they arrived at the inner hall and saw Ling Xiao standing there with a half-dead old man lying next to him. Senior brother Jean, Wanyan Jun, recognized the half-dead old man at a glance. He turned out to be the valley master of this mountain valley and a disciple of Yuehua school. When Wanyan Jun was still an outer disciple, senior brother Jean was already a transcendent realm inner disciple. Unfortunately, his potential was limited, and he was only a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator when he was over 100 years old, so he returned to the mountain valley and became its valley master. He probably hoped to spend the rest of his life like this. Chapter 371. Junior brother Wanyan. Senior brother Jean also recognized Wanyan Jun, and his face showed a touch of joy. La, quick! Save my disciple. His voice suddenly became much louder, but because his body was extremely weak, he still sounded weak. Senior brother Jean, where is your disciple? Wanyan Jun frowned and asked. He only wanted to complete the task and had no interest in saving people. My disciple was caught by a fierce beast and brought to its den. The strength of the fierce beast is similar to mine, but it can control plagues and is very terrifying. It has a treasure in its hand, which is very likely to be a divine treasure. Senior brother Jean panted and said, Divine treasure. Hearing these words, Wanyan Jun, Chen Zui, and Shangguanlei's originally uninterested expressions instantly changed and became full of greed. Ling Xiao secretly shook his head. The reason why people lose their minds was mostly related to greed. Where is the den of the fierce beast? Wanyan Jun asked. It's in the basement of the manor. Senior brother Jean smiled bitterly and said, This basement was originally the place where I stored all kinds of secret martial arts manuals, elixirs, and weapons. But in the end, it took all of them away and became its devil's den. All the people in the valley were imprisoned by it. They're not dead yet? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I don't know. I'm now living in this world and can only wait for death. The fierce beast doesn't dare to catch me because it's afraid that I will choose to explode my martial vein. Senior brother Jean suddenly cried sadly and said, Alas, I'm useless. As the valley master, I actually let this place become a den of demons. Senior brother Jean, don't be sad. We will help you save those people. Wanyan Jun said excitedly, Ling Xiao, you stay here and take good care of senior brother Jean. The three of us will be back soon. But senior brother, I also want to complete the task. Ling Xiao said hurriedly, Cut the crap. Do what I ask you to do. In this way, we will complete the task and give you some benefits. Otherwise, you won't get anything. Wanyan Jun threatened. Okay then. Ling Xiao nodded, but the corner of his mouth slipped into an imperceptible sneer. Since these three people were in a hurry to die, why should he stop them? Let's go. Wan Yanjun, Chun Zuwei, and Shangguan Lei's thoughts were very simple. Although the underground demon cave might be dangerous, in the end, it was only a single third-grade vicious beast, equivalent to a transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. The three of them were more than enough to deal with it. There was no need for Ling Xiao to continue following them. If Ling Xiao went in, he might even hinder them from completing the mission and obtaining the treasures. Watching the three figures disappear, Ling Xiao suddenly foamed at the mouth and twitched on the ground. A moment later, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ha! 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 You're just a half-step master. How dare you enter the Plague Valley? I knew that you would be infected by the plague. Senior Brother Jean, who was leaning against the wall and looking extremely weak, sneered as he looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground. Next, it's time to deal with those three idiots. It's not easy to raise a vicious beast. Don't let those three guys kill you. Senior Brother Jean carried Ling Xiao on his shoulder and followed Wan Yanjun and the other two into the underground demon cave, completely sealing the door. Ling Xiao was obviously pretending to faint. He actually felt that there was something wrong with Senior Brother Jean from the beginning. Others might not be able to tell, but with his eyesight, he could naturally see that this guy was exuding an evil aura. Such a person couldn't be normal. Lying on Senior Brother Jean's shoulder, Ling Xiao noticed that the stone door that sealed the underground demon cave was actually inlaid with 2-array refining stones. After the 2-array refining stones were activated, only people who were proficient in array formations or knew the mechanism could open the door. His master, Yuan Venerate, had once told him that array refining masters didn't exist on the Tianlong continent, at least not in the past 10,000 years. Could Senior Brother Jean have actually come into contact with people from 10,000 years ago? As they approached the center of the demon cave, Ling Xiao heard the sounds of fighting coming from inside. He reckoned that Wan Yanjun, Qin Zuei, and Shangguan Lei had already exchanged blows with the plague beast. Senior Brother Jean quickened his pace and arrived at the center of the demon cave in no time. There weren't any ordinary people in the valley here, not even corpses. However, there were indeed many secret martial arts manuals, as well as a large number of elixirs and weapons that were very important to ordinary martialists. There were also thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Senior Brother Jean directly threw Ling Xiao to the ground, and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. This guy was really cautious. It was obvious that he was planning to launch a sneak attack. In the darkness, a skinny claw imprinted itself on Shangguan Lei's back. Shangguan Lei let out a horrified scream as a black handprint appeared on his back. It seemed like he wouldn't survive. Someone is launching a sneak attack. Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui's expressions changed as they shielded Shangguan Lei and leaned against the wall. This way, they could avoid being attacked. Isn't that Ling Xiao? Wan Yanjun saw Ling Xiao lying motionlessly on the ground with his eyes rolled back. He can't be dead, can he? But there's only Senior Brother Jean outside. How could he be like this? Could it be Senior Brother Jean? Wan Yanjun suddenly thought of a possibility. His heart suddenly turned cold to the extreme. Fear and regret instantly filled his entire body. Run! Wan Yanjun shouted, and no longer cared about Shangguan Lei. Chun Zui followed closely behind. They didn't even care about Shangguan Lei, let alone Ling Xiao. They didn't even look at Ling Xiao and fled toward the outside of the demon cave. However, the plague beast was already blocking the entrance of the cave. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking quite ferocious. He, none of you can escape today. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I've painstakingly set up such a trap? If I let you escape, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Senior brother Jean's figure gradually appeared amidst the laughter. Behind him was a skull with glowing red eyes. Although Ling Xiao had seen many martial spirits before, this was the first time he had seen a martial spirit like this. Sure enough, the mystic world was a mysterious place where all kinds of strange things could happen. Deep inside this demon cave, Ling Xiao not only didn't feel the slightest fear, but instead felt a little excited. This was what it meant to be adventurous. This was the path a cultivator should take. Hiding in the sect all day was really too boring. Senior brother Jean, as a disciple of Yuehua school, what do you want to do? Seeing that there was no way out, Wang Yanjun steeled his heart and decided to use force. If he and Chen Zue joined forces, they might not necessarily be a match for senior brother Jean and the plague beast. After all, the other party was only a third-layer transcendent realm enemy. The two of them were also third-layer transcendent realm cultivators, and they often carried out missions and cultivated together. Their tacit understanding was probably not worse than the other parties. Chapter 372. Wang Yanjun had a good plan, but things didn't go as he expected. Since Valley Master Jean had set a trap to lure them in, how could he not have a perfect plan? If he only wanted to trap them, wouldn't this trap be too simple? Puff! Wang Yanjun, who was prepared to fight, with all his might suddenly spat out a mouthful of green blood. Not good. We're infected by the plague. Wang Yanjun suddenly understood where Valley Master Jean's confidence came from. In the entire Plague Valley, the plague in the manor was the most intense, and the fog had turned blood red. Unfortunately, the three of them saw that Ling Xiao was fine, and thought that the fog was only strong but not harmful. Hence, they came in casually. However, they suddenly understood that the problem was serious. Damn Ling Xiao! He is infected by the plague, and wants to drag us down with him. This kid is too insidious. Wang Yanjun roared. Senior, what's the point of saying that now? Hurry up and think of a way. If this goes on, both of us will be finished. Chen Zue shouted anxiously. Take some elixir to restrain the plague first. Although it may not be of much use, it can last for a while. That Jean guy must have the antidote. Just kill him. Wang Yanjun's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, but he calmed down. He then took out 2 elixirs from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. They must have brought medicine with them to the Valley of Pestilence. However, he didn't know how effective it would be. The changes in the body have slowed down, and the consumption of true origin has slowed down. It's useful. Chen Zue said happily. That's good. However, I don't know how long I can last. I'll deal with Jean, and you deal with the plague beasts. Try to eliminate them in the shortest time possible. After Wang Yanjun finished speaking, he rushed out. Ha ha, junior brother Wang Yan, it's better for you to surrender. It's useless. Even if you take the pill, it will only slow down the time of your death. If you cooperate with me, you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. Valley Master Jean didn't want to fight Wang Yanjun head-on. He only used his body movement to dodge. The skull behind him kept spitting out thick green plague gas, causing the smell of the place to become worse and worse. Thief, don't even think about escaping. Wang Yanjun used his movement technique and chased after him with all his might. However, Valley Head Jean was like a slippery loach and could not be caught. On the other side, Chen Zue was also fighting against the plague beast. However, even though the plague beast didn't dodge, its body was extremely tough. His attacks had no effect on the plague beast's body. The more they fought, the more plague gas they inhaled, and the heavier their bodies felt. He felt dizzy, and a large amount of his true essence was consumed. Senior brother Jean, you said that you want us to cooperate with you. What kind of cooperation? Wang Yanjun chased for a while, and finally lost all hope. His desire to survive made him give up his dignity as an inner disciple of the Yuehua school. He asked Valley Master Zhan anxiously, have you thought it through? Valley Head Zhan was really careful. This guy had always maintained a certain distance from Wang Yanjun, and would definitely not give Wang Yanjun a chance to sneak attack him. On the other side, Chen Zue also stopped attacking. After attacking for a long time, his situation became worse and worse. He had the same idea as Wang Yanjun. Yes, both of us don't want to die. We are inner disciples of the Yuehua school. We have a great future. We absolutely can't die here. Wang Yanjun replied. Chen Zue also nodded. A wise man submits to circumstances. You two are not bad, very smart, but in order to show your sincerity, kill that guy over there first. He was naturally talking about Shangguan Lei. Ling Xiao was considered dead at this time. Although Shangguan Lei was seriously injured, he was still a transcendent realm level 3 martial artist. He had a lot of true essence and was still alive. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue looked embarrassed. If they were asked to kill other Yuehua school disciples, they would not hesitate to do it. However, Shangguan Lei entered the Yuehua school at the same time as them and had always been good friends. Although they had thought of abandoning Shangguan Lei before, however, for them to kill Shangguan Lei, they were truly somewhat hesitant. It seems that you are not very sincere. Valley Master Zhan sneered. Senior Brother Zhan, we will do as you say, but how do I know that after killing Shangguan Lei, you won't kill the two of us too? Wang Yanjun still maintained a trace of rationality. Ha. Idiot, do you think you are still worth negotiating with me? Believe it or not, I can kill all of you at any time. Valley Master Zhan's words were cold and cruel, but that was the truth. Whether Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue believed him or not, it was one thing. You can't kill me. We are good friends, good brothers. Shangguan lay hid in the corner, his body curled up in fear. He regretted it now. He should not have listened to He Suo and Meng Yuan and come to this damned place to carry out the mission. Because even if they did not come, Ling Xiao would still die from the plague. He thought that everything was under his control, but in the end, he was going to be killed by his good brother. This kind of death was really too ironic. I'm sorry, Shangguan. After we get out of here alive, we will take good care of your family. You can rest in peace. Wang Yanjun approached Shangguan, lay step by step. Suddenly, a palm attack came from behind. It turned out to be Chen Zue. Chen Zue, what are you doing? Wang Yanjun said, angrily. You are smart. You can live after killing Shangguan Lei, but what about me? I will kill Shangguan Lei. Chen Zue and Wang Yanjun also turned hostile. Human nature. Under such circumstances, the three best friends, the three best brothers, had completely fallen out with each other. Valley Master Zhan just sneered and did not mean to stop the two at all. It was as if this kind of excitement was a great enjoyment for him. Alas, what two idiots! It's so obvious that I want to kill with a borrowed knife, but they actually fell for it. Suddenly, in the corner of the devil's den, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao had returned to normal. He sat up, patted the dust off his body, and said, if I'm not wrong, the real Valley Master Zhan has already died. The one standing in front of you now is just a demon who stole his body. Do you really think that these demons will let the two of you go instead of stealing your bodies and then sneaking into the Yuehua school? Boy, you are good. You can even see this. You are not simple. Chapter 373. For Valley Master Zhan, he had indeed miscalculated. However, even if he miscalculated Ling Xiao, it didn't matter. This kid was just a half-step master. Maybe it was because he had some magic treasure or took some elixir that he wasn't infected by the plague. You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary outer disciple of Yuehua school. The reason why I'm not infected by the plague is because I took the elixir given by Yang Danlin, the medicine hall master. Ling Xiao deliberately followed Valley Master Zhan's guess. In fact, this was a lie. The reason why he wasn't infected by the plague was naturally because of the 9 demons' divine art, Plague Demon King. Is what he said true? Wanyan Jun looked at Valley Master Zhan and asked, seeing that Ling Xiao was suddenly resurrected, he was not disappointed. Instead, he was a little happy. He knew that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with Yang Danlin. He must have some special elixir that could cure their plague. Chen Zue and Shangguan Lei were also happy. They never dreamed that they would be so eager to see Ling Xiao alive. Yes, the valley master of this valley is really stubborn. We asked him to cooperate with us, but he insisted. As a result, his soul was swallowed by the master, and his body was given to me to use. Valley Master Zhan said lightly, but it doesn't matter if you know this because it still can't change the outcome of your death. Humph, it's not a problem for the 4 of us to kill the 2 of you. Wanyan Jun suddenly snorted. He shook the long sword in his hand and stabbed at Valley Master Zhan again. Ling Xiao, antidote. During the attack, he shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He flicked his finger and 3 elixirs flew into Wanyan Jun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei's mouths. The reason why Shangguan Lei was seriously injured was that Valley Master Zhan's palm was full of plague poison. As long as the poison was dispelled, he would be fine. However, the 3 of them didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't flick any elixirs. They were just 3 ordinary vital elemental elixirs. However, these 3 vital elemental elixirs were integrated with the aura of the Plague Demon King. This allowed the 3 true elemental dawn to completely absorb and restrain the plague in their bodies. Of course, if Ling Xiao wanted to, he could also release the poison in an instant and kill the 3 of them on the spot. Ling Xiao had his own reasons for doing so. When Valley Master Zhan mentioned the word master, it was enough to prove that there was someone else controlling Plague Valley. He still had to conserve his strength in case of an emergency. It was more appropriate to leave the battle here to Wanyan Jun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei. Demon, now that we are no longer trapped by the plague, let's see how you can escape. Wanyan Jun felt that his body had returned to normal, and the long sword in his hand shone brightly. He was extremely excited. As he chased after Valley Head Zhan, he shouted, Chen Zue, Shangguan Lei, both of you deal with the beast. Ling Xiao, protect yourself. Don't die. He didn't discover it out of kindness, but he felt that Ling Xiao might still be of great use. Yes, at this time, perhaps because the plague poison was dispelled, Chen Zue and Shangguan Lei were also in high spirits and temporarily put down their previous unhappiness. The 2 of them attacked the plague beast together and finally gained the upper hand, leaving some wounds on the plague beast's body. Wanyan Jun gradually gained the upper hand in the battle with Valley Head Zhan. This person's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. If it wasn't for the plague poison, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. Logically speaking, Valley Head Zhan should be anxious at this time. However, Ling Xiao found that there was a strange smile on his face. He didn't think that this guy was bluffing. There must be something he hadn't considered yet. Ling Xiao looked at the situation. At present, he didn't need to intervene in the battle at all, so he went to investigate the situation in the underground Devil's Den with ease. Although Valley Head Zhan was fighting with Wanyan Jun, his eyes glanced at Ling Xiao from time to time. He was very surprised. Just now, when Ling Xiao shot the pill, he considered intercepting it halfway, but in the end, he didn't take action. It wasn't that he gave up out of kindness, but it was too late. The opponent's speed was too fast. He was really shocked. How could a mere half-step grandmaster, a person who hadn't even reached the transcendent realm, have such terrifying strength? His speed, strength, and accuracy were all on par with his opponent's. Where are you looking at? Demon! Wan Yanjun seized the opportunity and stabbed the long sword in his hand into Valley Head Zhan's shoulder. An excited expression bloomed on his face. However, in the next moment, his expression turned into shock. The weapon in his hand was a treasure sword, but it couldn't even pierce through the opponent's skin. That feeling was like stabbing a piece of incomparably hard steel. No, to be exact, it was harder than steel. After all, it was very easy for a treasure sword to pierce through steel. He. Human, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Valley Head Zhan let out a strange sneer again. His skinny hands suddenly stretched out and directly grabbed Wan Yanjun's long sword. Kacha! At that moment, several cracks appeared on the long sword. This was a precious artifact. It wasn't an ordinary long sword, but it was crushed by this guy's bare hands. Wan Yanjun hurriedly retreated and looked at his cracked, long sword falling to the ground. He was frightened and confused. This guy was like this. Once the enemy was stronger than him, or used a move that he couldn't understand, he would be confused and unable to completely calm down. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Chun Zue were also in a bitter battle, although they had suppressed the plague beasts for a while. Strangely, as time passed, this advantage didn't turn into victory, but gradually became a disadvantage. Something was wrong. At this moment, even they who were slow to react noticed that something was wrong. Buzz, a loud noise came from the ground, and a blood-red light penetrated the ground and shot up. These blood-red lights actually formed a twisted and strange skull pattern, exuding a strange and terrifying aura. This is the Plague Bone Dissolving Array. A name flashed through Ling Zhao's mind. It couldn't be wrong. There was a record of this evil array in the book that Master Yuan Venerate gave him. It was rumored that this array was created by the Plague Demon King, who ran amok tens of thousands of years ago. The Plague Demon King was one of the 9 generals under the true Demon Emperor, and his strength was very terrifying. In the current Sky Dragon continent, there was absolutely no one who could be his opponent. This array could not only release a terrible plague to absorb the enemy's vital essence and blood, but it could also continuously corrode the enemy's body until they turned into bones. Just now, everyone thought that the plague had caused the strength of Wan Yanjun and the other 2 to decline. Now it seemed that the plague was just one of the effects of the Plague Bone Dissolving Array. Chapter 374. Valley Master Zhan laughed crazily. He no longer retreated, but began to counterattack. His moves were fierce and vicious. He clearly wanted to kill Wan Yanjun. No, I don't want to die. Wan Yanjun could feel that his strength was declining very quickly. At this time, it was already good that he could exert 70% of his original strength. If this continued, he would definitely die. His right arm was directly cut off by Valley Master Zhan. It fell on the strange pattern shrouded in red light and instantly turned into a pile of dirty blood. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Chun Zue were also seriously injured almost at the same time. One of Chun Zue's eyes was directly poked out, and his head was almost pierced through. Shangguan Lei's leg was directly cut off. The 3 people who originally had the upper hand were now in an extremely dangerous situation. They could lose their lives at any time. Anger, regret, fear. The 3 people's thoughts were very complicated. Wan Yanjun originally thought that by agreeing to Meng Yuan and He Suo's request, he could kill Ling Xiao and get a lot of rewards at the same time. But now it seemed that he had seriously miscalculated. What level 3 mission? The difficulty of this mission should be at least level 4. The terrifying plague bone dissolving array might only be able to withstand a level 4 transcendent realm martial artist. No, maybe it was more than level 4. Valley Master Jean and the plague beasts were already so terrifying, and their master hadn't even made a move yet. Just thinking about it made him feel desperate. If he had another chance, Wan Yenjun wouldn't choose this stupid mission even if he was beaten to death. He had a bright future. As long as he cultivated steadily, he would have a very good future. Even if he couldn't become a core disciple, he could still have a place in Yuehua school. However, he was going to die now. His body might even be stolen by these monsters and enter Yuehua school to cause trouble, which would then implicate his family. The consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, Meng Yuan and He Suo, these two bastards, no wonder they didn't want to come in person. They probably already knew how terrible this mission was. Damn it, why was I so stupid? Wan Yenjun thought so. Shangguan Lei and Chun Zui's thoughts were actually similar. They had no deep hatred for Ling Xiao at all. If it weren't for helping Meng Yuan and He Suo, they wouldn't have accepted this lousy task and wouldn't have been trapped here. Bang! Pa! Pound! Wan Yenjun, Chun Zui, and Shangguan Lei were all sent flying. They slammed heavily into the wall and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. It seemed that they no longer had the strength to fight. Now, they could only wait for death. He was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Go and kill that brat. Leave these 3 fellows to Master's formation to refine. Valley Master Jean ordered the plague beasts. Roar! The plague beast glanced at Ling Xiao before pouncing on him. Puchi! Just when Wan Yenjun, Shangguan Lei, and Chun Zui were in complete despair, something that shocked them happened. A sword pierced through the neck of the plague beast, emitting a cold aura. Roar! The plague beast let out a pained howl. Its body was as hard as iron, but it still had a weak spot, and this weak spot was the tuft of hair under its neck. During a battle, the plague beast would always protect this spot very well. It would never give the enemy a chance to attack that spot. However, it was careless when it killed Ling Xiao. It didn't expect that the prey would suddenly become the hunter and pierce its weak spot so accurately. Ling Xiao, why are you fine? That's great. Wan Yenjun, Chun Zui, and Shangguan Lei were crying tears of joy. They would never have thought that the one who turned the tide and gave them hope would be Ling Xiao, an outer disciple. This was too ridiculous. Although it was ridiculous, since it wasn't a dream, it was an extremely good thing for them. From the abyss of despair to the palace of hope, they were so happy that they even forgot the pain. Die! After piercing through the plague beast's body, Ling Xiao didn't stop. With a shake of the long sword, a terrifying power burst out from the sword. It was as if a gust of wind had blown, tearing the plague beast's body into pieces. Wind celestial phenomenon. Split. This was a move that condensed the wind celestial phenomenon on top of an ordinary sword move. Of course, it was a last-minute idea, but the effect was outstanding. Although it could be said that the sword had pierced through the ferocious plague beast's ribs, such terrifying power had directly torn the ferocious plague beast's body into pieces. At this scene, even Valley Master Jean, who had been smiling confidently and felt that victory was within his grasp, changed his expression greatly. He frowned and looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing there. His green robe was clean and spotless. His long black hair was draped over his shoulders and moved without wind. His black eyes were as deep as the sea. They couldn't be seen through and were filled with power. The sword in his hand was cold, ruthless, and sharp. Well done, junior brother Ling. Ling Xiao, get us out of here. In the future, the 3 of us will protect you in the inner sect. Yes, if this mission is successful, we will give you half of the reward. Seeing that Ling Xiao had easily killed the plague beast, Wan Yenjun, Chun Zui, and Shangguan Lei were overjoyed. However, They didn't know if there was water in their heads. At this very moment, their words were filled with arrogance. They were filled with a strong sense of superiority. Ling Xiao ignored them and looked at Valley Master Zhan. Previously, he was able to kill the plague beast in one strike because of the other party's carelessness. However, Valley Master Zhan wasn't that easy to deal with. If he didn't use his true abilities, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Young man, your performance really surprised me. Why don't you join us and pledge your loyalty to our master? Valley Master Zhan looked at the plague beast's body that had been torn into pieces and wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Join you? Are there no conditions?" Ling Xiao asked faintly, "Don't worry. Our master likes talented people the most. As long as you kill those 3 people, you will be our master's subject." Valley Master Zhan replied, "This condition isn't difficult, but don't I have to die?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile, "Ha ha ha, little brother, you must be joking. What I said just now was only for the 3 of them. You aren't. Your most precious thing is your soul and ability. As for the 3 of them, only their bodies are useful." Valley Master Zhan laughed. When Wanyan Jun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei heard Valley Master Zhan's words, they felt very uncomfortable. They were Yuehua School's inner sect disciples and Transcendent Realm Level 3 experts. Even in the inner sect, the 3 of them were considered to be in the middle of the pack. There were many people who were worse than them. Ling Xiao was just an outer sect disciple. This demon actually called the 3 of them trash. Could it be that the 3 of them weren't as good as Ling Xiao? Chapter 375. Valley Master Zhan noticed that Ling Xiao was special, so he tried his best to win over Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not a scum like Wanyan Jun and Chen Zue. TSK, although you think so highly of me, Ling Xiao, will never serve anyone as my master in this life. You'd better give up. Ling Xiao said, and suddenly attacked. What he should do, what he shouldn't do. He was still very clear about it. Humph, I gave you a way out, but you didn't want it. Valley Master Zhan snorted coldly. The eyes of the skull martial soul behind him flashed red, and green liquid spurted out from its mouth. In an instant, 2 plague beasts were condensed and blocked in front of him. This guy was really cunning and careful. Even though Ling Xiao seemed to only be a half-step master, he still maintained absolute vigilance. He did not make a move himself, but sent the plague beasts. I'd like to see how many plague beasts you can release. Ling Xiao had basically judged the characteristics of his opponent's martial soul. There should be 2 abilities. One was to release a highly toxic plague gas. This was a relatively weak technique, but it covered a large area. It was extremely effective against cultivators with lower cultivation than the user. The second was to condense the plague beasts. This ability was more terrifying, but it had limitations. The 2 red eyes of the skull had returned to their original darkness. If his judgment was correct, these 2 plague beasts were the limit of the plague beasts that Valley Master Zhan could release. Idiot! Don't underestimate your opponent. You're too weak. Don't fight him head-on. Think of a way to get us out of here first. Then we'll think of a long-term plan. Chen Zue shouted, "You'd better shut up, or I'll kill you too." Ling Xiao glanced at Chen Zue coldly, his eyes filled with terrifying, murderous intent. Chen Zue shuddered and shut his mouth, not daring to speak. What's going on with this Ling Xiao? As soon as he made his move, he was able to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, with just a glance, he was able to make Chen Zue an early-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator, so scared that he didn't even dare to speak. Wanyan Jun couldn't help but gasp. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, to the point that he thought he was dreaming. On the other hand, after Ling Xiao glared at Chen Zue, he focused on the battle again. Two-third layer transcendent realm vicious beasts with thick skin and thick flesh were really difficult to deal with. However, Tiangang's sword formation, speed. Ever since Ling Xiao mastered the Tiangang sword formation of the Imperial Sword technique, he had never used it in actual combat. But today, he decided to test its power. It just so happened that this place was rather narrow. Even if the other party wanted to escape from the range of the Big Dipper sword formation, it would be impossible. This was definitely a good opportunity. As his voice rang out, the 36 Tiangang flying swords turned into sword qi and flew out from his body, floating in the air and forming a strange symbol. At that moment, the two plague beasts that were originally pouncing towards Ling Xiao were struck by several sword qi, their bodies covered in bloody wounds. They had no choice but to hastily dodge and give up on attacking. I can't use the power of heavenly lightning in this basement, but Ling Xiao secretly smiled. He had already mastered the power of wind, thunder, and rain, these three celestial phenomena. Together with the Tiangang sword formation, he could use it anywhere. Imperial decree, wind celestial phenomenon kill. When wind celestial phenomenon was used on the Tiangang sword formation, a fierce gale suddenly appeared within the sword formation. The most terrifying thing was that this gale was no ordinary wind, but a sword wind that contained hidden murderous intent. Being blown by the gale was akin to being stabbed by sword qi. Under the terrifying power of the Tiangang sword formation, the two plague beasts were forced into a situation where they had no choice but to protect themselves, unable to attack Ling Xiao. If I don't get rid of this brat, I'm afraid he'll cause a lot of trouble for Master's great cause. It seems like I have to be serious. The more Valley Master Zhan looked, the more frightened he was. Ling Xiao had shocked him time and time again, making him unable to sit back and watch Ling Xiao continue to live. This brat was too dangerous. Moreover, in order to break the Tiangang sword formation, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the sword formation would continue to exert its power and might even threaten the plague bone formation. Thinking of this, Valley Master Zhan's figure suddenly disappeared. This isn't the power of the martial soul, but why did it disappear? Ling Xiao stood there and pondered over this question. However, he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was protected by the Tiangang sword formation. If Valley Master Zhan wanted to harm him, he had to find a way to deal with the attack of the sword wind from the Tiangang sword formation. Ling Xiao had plenty of time to catch Valley Master Zhan's flaw. Magic treasure? This was the only possibility. Ling Xiao quickly thought of the crux of the problem and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. This brat's magic treasure should be able to temporarily tear the void or open a passage in the void. Ding, ding, ding. For the first time, Valley Master Zhan's attack failed. He was already close to Ling Xiao, only 1 or 2 meters away, but he was blocked by the sword qi. However, Valley Master Zhan's strength was obviously stronger than the plague beast. When the sword qi hit his body, it actually didn't cause any damage. This was a demon. It was indeed powerful. Back then, the true Devil Emperor led the 9 great demon kings to almost destroy the human clan's sacred dynasty and occupied the Sky Dragon continent. It was said that these invaders came from another continent, but no one knew where they came from. There was only one record about the origin of the true Devil Emperor. Perhaps he came from a dark continent. At that time, the human clan's sacred dynasty had already passed its peak period. The human king and the first batch of experts had all died or disappeared. However, it was still very powerful. At the very least, it was 100 times stronger than the current human clan's sacred dynasty. However, it was still almost completely destroyed. This was enough to show how terrifying the true Devil Emperor and his 9 great demon kings were. The so-called demons were brought from other places by the true Devil Emperor and the 9 great demon kings. Humans knew too little about them. They only knew that every demon had a very terrifying ability. Powerful defense was only one of them. Although Valley Master Jean was not injured, he was repelled by the sword Qi and had to reorganize his attack. Senior brother Wan Yen, don't you have a treasure? Don't wait for it now. As long as we kill Valley Master Jean, we can leave here alive. Chen Zui lowered his voice and said to Wan Yen Jun beside him. Wan Yen Jun revealed a sneer and said, "Idiot, that thing is my trump card. Can I use it now? But if this goes on, Ling Xiao will die." Shang Guanlei couldn't help but say, "If he dies, we won't be able to live either." "Don't worry. When both of them are injured, I will take action. This time, regardless of whether Ling Xiao will save us or not, he has to die. He offended Meng Yuan and even offended Empyrean Devil Flame. He deserves to die." Wan Yen Jun said coldly, "There was no reason in the sect. The strong were the rules." Chapter 376. Wan Yen Jun did not have the slightest bit of gratitude towards Ling Xiao for saving his life. Now that he was alive, he was thinking more about how to make Ling Xiao and Valley Head Jean fight each other and then reap the benefits. Not only could he complete the task, but he could also complete what Meng Yuan asked him to do. Yes, he hated Meng Yuan and He Suo for using him. However, if he could be used by the strong, it meant that he was valuable. If he was not valuable, then he was not far from trash. Chun Zui and Shangguan Lei were silent. From the outer sect to the inner sect, the 3 of them had always adhered to this principle. Whether it was right or wrong, they had to stand on the side of the strong. As for the weak, they did not need sympathy, let alone gratitude. Who would be grateful to an ant? In the eyes of the 3 of them, Ling Xiao was just an ant that could never overturn the sky. Even if he performed very well today and was lucky enough to save their lives, an ant was still an ant. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. He had thought about whether he should save the 3 trash over there. But now he changed his mind. Leaving people who did not know how to be grateful alive was also a disaster. So before returning to Yuehua School, he would definitely get rid of the 3 of them. But now, the 3 of them should have treasures that could be used. There was no need to be in such a hurry to fight among themselves. Wait until I withdraw the Big Dipper sword array. Let's see if you want to use it. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly shrank the Big Dipper sword array. The sword array that originally occupied the entire basement was now completely condensed to a range of 2 to 3 meters around Ling Xiao. Originally, Wan Yen Jun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei could still heal under the protection of the Big Dipper sword array. But now, they had to face the attack of the 2 plague beasts directly. Ling Xiao, you bastard, you suddenly withdrew the sword array. Are you trying to kill us? Aren't you afraid that we will report you when we go back and make you lose your footing in Yuehua School? The sudden contraction of the Big Dipper sword array caught Wan Yen Jun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei a little unprepared. Although they had recovered some of their strength, they still had to hastily deal with the plague beasts that suddenly pounced on them. They were in a very sorry state. Because of this, Wan Yen Jun was so angry that he cursed loudly. I'm really sorry, Senior Brother Wan Yen. My strength is too low, and it's really hard for me to withstand the attacks of the demonic creatures. I can only choose to protect myself. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Wan Yen Jun, you idiot, you still intend to complain? You're forcing me to silence you. Boom. Pa. With no other choice, Wan Yen Jun and Shangguan Lei respectively used their own magic treasures to attack the 2 plague beasts. It had to be said that this treasure was truly powerful. After the 2 plague beasts were hit, they lay on the ground, unable to move. Although they weren't dead yet, They had completely lost their ability to fight. The two of them had immortal-grade secret weapons that Meng Yuan had bestowed upon them before they left, a gold brick and a soul-freezing silver needle. Although the two secret weapons didn't look very impressive, their power was very impressive. The level 3 dire beasts had actually been taken down in an instant. Unfortunately, there was a problem with these two secret weapons. They needed to accumulate true origin energy after each use and could only be used again after a full 15 minutes. Therefore, these two fellows had never dared to use them, even if their arms and legs were broken. They didn't want to waste this opportunity unless they had no other choice. This time, after losing the protection of Ling Xiao's Big Dipper sword array, they would lose their lives if they didn't use them. How could they dare hesitate? Ling Xiao, you despicable, shameless bastard with no sense of camaraderie. Are you trying to get the three of us killed? Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement hall will nail you to the pillar of shame and burn you for 3 days and 3 nights? Wang Yanjun roared. He was furious, mainly because his plan to reap the benefits had been disrupted. Law enforcement hall. Ling Xiao was instantly enraged when he heard these 3 words. His master, Yuan Venerate, had been suppressed by the 5 old fellows of the law enforcement hall. Speaking of which, he had a deep enmity with the law enforcement hall. In the entire Yuehua school, the law enforcement hall's authority was even greater than the sect master's. The sect master was only in charge of day-to-day affairs, while the 5 law enforcement elders were in charge of the entire Yuehua school's commandments. It could be said that whoever they wanted dead had to die. Even the sect master couldn't disobey them. Therefore, the 5 law enforcement elders of the law enforcement hall had always been highly respected and powerful supreme elders. When the 5 of them worked together, no one in the entire Yuehua school could match them. The law enforcement hall. Huh? I wonder if senior brother Wang Yan and senior brother Chen Zue cared about the law enforcement hall when they tried to kill senior brother Shangguan. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, directly poking at Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue's weak spots. Ling Xiao had only been unable to do so. At most, he had been judged to be too weak and unable to rescue his 3 senior brothers in time. However, Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue had left Shangguan Lei in the lurch and had even tried to kill him, attempting to wallow in the mire with the demons. If this matter was really investigated, the 2 of them would probably not be able to escape the fate of being nailed to the pillar of shame. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. They knew that Ling Xiao had something on them. Using Ling Xiao as a reason for not saving Shangguan Lei in the lurch was simply meaningless. We'll let this brat run rampant for a while. When we fully recover, it will be his time to die. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue exchanged glances and came up with a plan. They would never let Ling Xiao return alive. Previously, it had only been because of Meng Yuan and He Suo's request. Now, they wanted to kill him to keep him quiet. Ling Xiao naturally knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't expose them. It wasn't certain who would be the one to kill who. On the other side, Valley Master Zhan was already a little worried when he saw that his 2 plague beasts were killed. However, at this time, when he saw that the disciples of the Yuehua school were actually fighting among themselves, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Fortunately, the 4 of them weren't of one mind. Otherwise, he was afraid that today would really be a disaster. His idea wasn't wrong, but he still ignored Ling Xiao's strength. Just when he was slightly distracted, the Big Dipper sword formation suddenly changed, and the 36 Big Dipper flying swords actually all shot towards him. During the flight, the wind suddenly blew. The harsh sound of the wind made Valley Master Zhan tremble with fear. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, the flying swords that borrowed the power of the wind were astonishingly fast. Puff, puff. Puff! In just an instant, Valley Master Jean's body was stabbed in more than a dozen places. Although the flying swords didn't pierce deep because of his rough skin and thick flesh, the flying swords contained a strange cold power that made him feel as if his meridians and blood were about to be frozen. Oh no! Valley Master Jean suddenly understood that Ling Xiao was deliberately going easy on them just now. He deliberately let the 3 inner disciples of the Yuehua school use their trump cards. Although he didn't know the reason, this was the truth. Chapter 377. Damn it! He had actually underestimated this brat Ling Xiao. Valley Master Jean was shocked. At this moment, a light shadow suddenly attacked from the sword shadows. This light shadow turned into a line, but it condensed a terrifying true essence power. Wind, celestial phenomenon, flying snow, Puchi. The terrifying sword Qi directly pierced through Valley Master Jean's throat, leaving a small bloody hole. Then, Valley Master Jean's entire body was instantly enveloped by a terrifying chill and pain. His body began to crack inch by inch, becoming extremely terrifying. Clatter! As the body fell off, Valley Master Jean's true appearance was exposed. This person's skin was blood red, his face was indigo, his hair was cinnabar, and his 3 eyes were wide open. Obviously, he was very different from a human. So you're a demon general under the Plague Demon King. It seems that your strength hasn't recovered as expected. A piece of information flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He had obtained a lot of information about this world from the White Cloud Province's Border General's Mansion, White Cloud Temple, and the Governor's Mansion, as well as the Outer Sec's Moonlight Tower. These things didn't need to be comprehended, he just needed to remember them. Therefore, he knew that the Plague Demon King had 72 demon generals under the true Demon Emperor. They were originally very powerful, but many of them died in the battle with the 12 sects of the Sacred Dynasty. Even if they were resurrected now, their cultivation wouldn't be as strong as before. The person in front of him should be one of the demon generals under the Plague Demon King. Kid, you spent so much effort and only managed to force out my true body. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. He was furious. He had encountered many disciples of various sects on missions, including those at the peak of the Transcendent Realm Level 3, but no one had ever been able to force his true body out. However, this half-step master in front of him forced him to reveal his true body. Once his true body was damaged, it wouldn't be able to be repaired in a short time. Well, I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Do you want to try? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Up until now, he hadn't used his true strength. He hadn't even used the 9 demons' divine art, let alone the humanoid dragon form and the ancient golden dragon form. As he spoke, the illusory image of a glacier appeared behind him. This was one of the components of the mountain river martial spirit. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used his mountain river martial spirit in a battle. However, his opponent was stronger, so he did not dare to underestimate him. Glacier martial spirit? That's rare. The demon general couldn't help but frown. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao hadn't used his martial soul in battle. Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed as soon as his martial spirit appeared. I really want to see how much harder your body is compared to that shell. Glacier force, heart of ice, wind, celestial phenomenon, water condensation. This was a terrifying combination martial skill. The mountain river martial spirit's glacier force, the 4th move of the snow lotus sword arts, ice heart, and the 12 golden lotus arts wind, celestial phenomenon. Finally, he used the 3rd move of the snow lotus sword art, congealing water. All of a sudden, the air in the basement froze, and a terrifying chill filled the air. Wherever the wind blew, frost would form on the ground. Even Wanyan Jun and the other 2 who were recuperating at the side, were so cold that they had no choice but to circulate their true essence to resist the cold as they cursed, not to mention the demon general who bore the brunt of the attack. Not good. The reason why the demon general wanted to use Valley Master Jean's body was because his real body was still very weak, and the borrowed body would become hard after a special refinement. Seeing how powerful Ling Zhao's attack was, the demon general didn't think of fighting, but running away. But even if he ran away, he still left behind an arm. It was an arm that had been frozen into a popsicle and shattered into pieces when it fell to the ground. Escaped. Ling Zhao withdrew his martial spirit phantom and also withdrew his ice dragon sword. The cold air in the basement immediately dissipated, and other than the 3 senior brothers with white frost on their eyebrows and hair, there was no trace of the demon general. Ling Zhao, you bastard, can't you think for us? Do you want to freeze us to death? Wanyan Jun's injuries had basically recovered, but it would take a lot of time for him to recover his strength. On the ground, the blood-red skull pattern had disappeared along with the demon general. There was no longer that terrifying evil energy suppressing it. He, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei could finally move freely. Although he was cursing, Wanyan Jun was extremely shocked in his heart. The power of Ling Zhao's attack just now was probably not any weaker than his attack. What was going on? Was this guy really an outer disciple? Was he really a half-step master? Senior brother, let's not talk about it anymore. If not for Ling Zhao's help today, we would all be dead. Shangguan Lei couldn't help but say. His mentality was undergoing a subtle change. From Wanyan Jun and Chen Zue leaving him in the lurch to wanting to kill him in exchange for the demon general's trust, and then to Ling Zhao saving the 3 of them. His favorability towards the 2 of them plummeted, while his favorability towards Ling Zhao continued to soar. Hee, that's true. Wanyan Jun laughed. No one knew what he was thinking, but he suddenly looked at Ling Zhao and said, "Junior brother Ling, how should we divide the treasures in this basement?" Although there had been a battle in the basement, those things were not destroyed because they were protected by the alchemy formation stones. Low-grade spirit stones, martial arts manuals below the gold grade, mediocre panaceas, gold and silver, and ordinary weapons and armor. For the disciples of the sect, except for spirit stones, the rest of the things here were not very useful. But for the warriors in the secular world, it was a real treasure house. Wanyan Jun even wanted to take some back for his family. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Ling Zhao suddenly waved his hand, and all the things of the underground forces were taken away by Ling Zhao. Wanyan Jun and Chen Zue's faces changed greatly. "Ling Zhao, what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" "Humph, I defeated the demon general, and I saved the 3 of you. How can you divide these things with me?" After that, he ignored the 2 of them. Wanyan Jun and Chen Zue's eyes were filled with killing intent, but they suppressed their anger. After all, the only one here who knew about formations was Ling Zhao. And to get out of the basement, they had to crack the alchemy formation stones on the outer stone door. They needed Ling Zhao's help, so naturally they would not do it now. Hee, we were rude. Junior brother Ling is right. It's all yours. It's all yours. Then shouldn't we return to the sect now? Wanyan Jun asked with a smile. The demon general has mysteriously disappeared, and there's a plague bone dissolving formation in the basement. There must be something fishy about it. I've already investigated it just now. Right below the basement, there's an even bigger devil's den. The master that the demon general spoke of, Plague Demon King, is probably there. Chapter 378. Ling Zhao continued his analysis. This Plague Demon King used to dominate the heavenly dragon continent and was a terrifying existence. There must be an endless supply of treasures and martial skills in his hands. Aren't 3 senior brothers interested? Wanyan Jun and Chen Zui's eyes lit up. However, they weren't confused. Junior Brother Ling's inference is probably correct, but even if there are treasures, we need to be alive to take them. A demon general is already enough to deal with. If the plague demon king joins the fray, wouldn't we be doomed? Wang Yanjun said, unwillingly. He was actually eager to go down and take a look, but he was afraid something would happen. Ha ha ha, I think two senior brothers are scared out of their wits. The plague demon king must be seriously injured at this time, and may not be as strong as the demon general. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in this damned place and relying on the demon general to lure cultivators below the transcendent realm. Ling Xiao laughed. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Hearing this, Wang Yanjun's face suddenly lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, there would definitely be no next time. Senior brother, let's go down and take a look. If there's no other way, we'll just run away. Chen Zui couldn't bear it anymore. Although death was terrifying, when benefits surpassed the fear of death, people would lose their minds. We can go down, but first we need to discuss how to split the treasures. We can't let the three of us work so hard only to have Junior Brother Ling take all the treasures. Wang Yanjun said with a smile, That's simple. We'll split it 50-50. I'll take half, and you three will take half. As for how you split it, I won't interfere. Ling Xiao said. He wasn't very clear about the situation down there, so he needed someone to go down with him. Otherwise, there was no need to waste time talking nonsense with these three. Why should we? There are 4 of us. Isn't it just right for each of us to take 25? Chen Zui was unconvinced. No matter what, Junior Brother Ling has contributed greatly. 25 is too little. How about this, Junior Brother Ling? You take 30%, and the remaining 60% will be divided among the 3 of us. How about it? No, I'll take 40%. Ling Xiao shook his head. Chen Zui still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Yanjun. He chuckled and said, If Junior Brother Ling says 40%, then 40% it is. We have no objections. Then, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Chen Zui. When we're done, we'll kill both Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei. We'll split all the treasures equally. There's no need to argue with him. This was his true intention. Senior Brother Wanyan, should we ask the sect for help? After all, that's the Plague Demon King. Shangguan Lei didn't know what Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui were plotting, so he asked, worriedly, If we ask the sect for help for such a small matter, wouldn't we fail the mission? Wang Yanjun directly rejected Shangguan Lei's suggestion. What kind of joke was this? If he were to make use of Ling Xiao now, he could still obtain the treasures below. But if he were to ask for help from the sect, then all the treasures here would belong to the sect. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Only idiots would do such a stupid thing. Anyway, he wouldn't. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly, but he agreed with Wang Yanjun's plan to not ask the sect for help. He also wanted the treasures below. No matter how many there were, even a few melons or 2 dates would be good. But once the sect found out, then there would be nothing left of him. After the 4 of them finished their discussion, Wang Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei were still recovering there. Each of them swallowed a medicinal pill to recover their true essence, qi, and blood, and heal their wounds. Although it was unlikely that they could regrow their limbs, it was already very good to be able to guarantee the recovery of their physical strength and true essence. While they were recovering, Ling Xiao began to think about how to go down. He had observed before that there was a large array between the basement and the underground devil's den. It was the plague bone dissolving array. If they wanted to go down, they had to crack this array. For Ling Xiao, because of the lack of materials and experience, he was still unable to set up a powerful array. or array, but when it came to cracking it, he was probably no worse than the best array master in the mystic world. In fact, he might even be better. With the analysis ability of the Mountain River Martial Soul, he could even break the primordial array of the Yuehua sect's inner sect Yuehua Tower, let alone the plague bone-dissolving array, which was much weaker than the primordial array. However, there were some things that he could not do too much. If he cracked it too easily, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of the three people. In addition, if he cracked it too easily, it would definitely attract the attention of the Plague Demon King below. That would not be a good thing for him. He hoped that all of his enemies would underestimate him. That way, it would be easier to win. So now, he needed to spend a little more effort. He needed to waste more time. If he gave the three of them enough time to recover, he could also let them help him block more trouble. The reason why he had to go down, apart from the so-called treasures below, was mainly because of the Plague Demon King. Ever since he learned of the existence of this Demon King, Ling Xiao had always felt that this thing had some kind of connection with his 9 demons' divine arts. The 9 great demon kings of the 9 demons' divine arts were precisely the 9 great demon kings under the command of the true Devil Supreme Lord. Could this just be a coincidence? Ling Xiao did not believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world. There must be some kind of connection. He had to go down and take a look. If he could absorb this Plague Demon King into the mountain and river martial spirit, then his 9 demons' divine arts might have an even greater improvement. It might even give birth to a completely new martial art. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao felt that it was about time. The 3 of them had recovered to a certain extent, and Wan Yanjun and Shangguan Lei's hidden weapons had also been fully charged. This way, even if he encountered trouble after going down, he could use the 2's hidden weapons to solve it. He slowly stood up and took out an unused refining array stone. With a wave of his hand, the 36 celestial dipper flying swords pierced towards the ground. With a rumbling sound, the sword Qi pierced through the ground and into the ground. However, when Ling Xiao withdrew all the flying swords, there was no change. Chun Zue was a little anxious and said snappily, "I say, junior brother Ling, you can't just be a pig's nose, pretending to be an elephant. Can you or not?" Ling Xiao was too lazy to bother with this array idiot. He quickly used his true essence to write an inscription on the blank refining array stone, and then shouted, "Imperial order, receive." At that moment, a violent force rushed out from the ground, scaring Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei so much that they almost ran away, until they found that the violent force had completely poured into the stone in Ling Xiao's hand. Chapter 379. Wan Yanjun and the other 2 knew that the stone in Ling Xiao's hand was a stone that could store vital essence. They did not know the use of the refining formation stone, so they did not think too much about it. It was a pity that they did not know that Ling Xiao had already refined the plague bone dissolving formation into the refining formation stone. In the future, he could use it on the spot without any materials. If he wanted to use it multiple times, he would have to replenish the materials. Ling Xiao picked up the refining formation stone and placed it in the mountain river world. Then he pointed to the place where the demon general had disappeared and said, "My senior brother, Chinzui, do you think I can do it now?" There was actually a staircase that led underground. It was obviously chiseled and paved with stone slabs. The Plague Demon King had really put in a lot of effort to build such an underground staircase. Everyone looked at the staircase that led underground and could not help but swallow their saliva. They seemed a little excited. 3 senior brothers, do you think I should go down first? Or, you guys go first? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Wan Yanjun smiled and said, "Among the 4 of us, only junior brother Ling knows about formations. Naturally, junior brother Ling will take the lead. After all, if we go down, We don't know if there are any mechanisms or formations. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly for being shameless. However, he said, in that case, junior brother will go down first. However, if there are any benefits later, I hope senior brother will not be jealous. Wait a minute! Chen Zue suddenly shouted, and then transmitted his voice to Wanyan Jun. Senior brother Wanyan, we can't let this kid go down first. This kid is very greedy. If he sees something and directly puts it into his storage ring, we can't fall out with him. You're right. Wanyan Jun suddenly woke up. Although he planned to kill Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei after everything was done, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He was also worried that his idea would fail. In that case, he could not let Ling Xiao take advantage of him anymore. Junior brother Ling, you are our savior. We can't let you take the risk. How about this? I'll walk in front, and you follow behind me. Thinking of this, Wanyan Jun said to Ling Xiao, Fine. How could Ling Xiao not understand Wanyan Jun's thoughts? It was just that he was too lazy to expose him. When the underground staircase was first designed, it was probably to prevent the invasion of foreign enemies, so only one person could go up and down. Therefore, Wanyan Jun walked in the front. Ling Xiao followed behind him, followed by Shangguan Lei and Chen Zue. This was obviously to monitor Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei to prevent them from doing anything improper. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. Wanyan Jun's footsteps became faster and faster. Although there might be danger down there, opportunity and danger coexisted. Perhaps they could really find some treasures. No, it wasn't maybe, but definitely. After walking for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the area in front of them opened up. Just as Ling Xiao had said, there was actually a very spacious underground palace. The extravagance of the construction was not inferior to the manners above. Look, Wanyan Jun walked at the front and suddenly stopped, because he found some people working there. These people were dressed in ragged clothes and looked very thin, but they were not dead. They were all real humans. These should be the people of the valley. There are also some martial vein warriors who were captured. Now, they are all slaves. Ling Xiao saw through everything and couldn't help but be surprised. The secret of the Plague Valley being empty was finally revealed. It was actually good news that they were not dead. Some of these people were carrying huge stones, some were pushing wheelbarrows, and some were chiseling irregular stones into squares. What they were doing was actually building an altar. Are they trying to revive someone? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. This altar was obviously the legendary life altar. As long as there were enough sacrifices, the dead could be revived. The four of them hid their figures. Ordinary people and martial vein warriors wouldn't be able to discover them. What a big life altar! It occupies a radius of 100 meters. Look at the statues on the altar. Wanyan Jun was an inner disciple of the Yuehua school, so he knew about the life altar. The life altar was mainly composed of an altar, a sacrificial blood pool, and a sacrificial statue. Sacrifices were placed on the altar. The sacrificial blood pool was filled with very precious blood. The sacrificial statue was for the person to be resurrected. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that there were 3 third-layer transcendent realm cultivators in the giant stone bowl on the altar. Junior brother Lu, junior brother Zhang, and junior sister Qin. Heavens, they are actually being used as sacrifices to the plague demon king. These 3 people were also disciples of the Yuehua school. They were the inner disciples who came to the Plague Valley to carry out a mission. For a long time, there were rumors that they were missing or dead, but their bodies were never found. Who would have thought that they would be used as sacrifices? This outcome was truly tragic. They're all dead. There's no saving them. Ling Xiao sighed. There were no signs of life on these 3 people. Only the remnants of their souls were still wailing. But only he could see this. Look at that statue. Who is it? Looking up from the sacrificial table, there was a huge statue about 10 meters tall. A blood-red robe that covers the sky, blood-red eyes that seem to see through everything, an evil heavenly eye on his forehead that is terrifying, a god with 3 heads and 6 arms that can cause the deaths of countless martial artists, a pair of crimson horns on his head that seem to be able to pierce through the heavens. And his hair is also crimson, as if it is burning with raging flames. Could this be that person? Wanyan Jun didn't even dare to mention that person's name. Just thinking about it made him tremble. The true demon emperor. Although Ling Xiao was also afraid, he was more determined than Wanyan Jun. In fact, it was because he was already mentally prepared. In fact, after seeing Valley Master Zhan and thinking about the Plague Demon King, he realized that this group of people was very likely to be the true Demon Emperor's subordinates. Tens of thousands of years ago, the human king and the other powerful cultivators of the sacred dynasty suddenly disappeared. After that, a group of terrifying forces appeared on the heavenly dragon continent. Within a day, they conquered several cities and created a country called the True Demon Empire. This news alarmed the 12 sects behind the sacred dynasty. At that time, they thought that this was just a small problem, so they didn't take it too seriously. After all, in the history of the sacred dynasty, there were many rebels who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chapter 380. When the claws of the true devil empire threatened the sacred dynasty itself, they were the ones who were truly anxious. The 12 sects had also sent out their most elite forces, including the current leader and supreme elder. However, the true devil supreme lord and his 9 great demon kings were too terrifying, especially the true devil supreme lord. This person had all kinds of martial arts, and his demonic arts were invincible. No one could compare to him. There were even people who compared him to the human king of the past. In a short period of time, not only did the sacred dynasty not recover its lost territory, it was also constantly being nibbled away, almost completely destroying the country. However, something very strange happened later on. The true Devil Supreme Lord actually chose to commit suicide in his own palace. Rumor had it that before he committed suicide, he had seen a woman wearing a veil and white clothes like a fairy. Who was this woman? Why did the true Devil Supreme Lord commit suicide? It was a mystery from beginning to end. After the death of the true Devil Supreme Lord, the sacred dynasty began their counterattack. Although the 9 great demon kings were powerful, they were still no match for the current Holy Lord. In the end, the devil army was defeated one by one. In the end, the sacred dynasty recovered all the lost land, but the losses were extremely heavy. Even the Holy Lord, who was the only one who could contend against the true Devil Supreme Lord, died from exhaustion and the accumulation of injuries. However, from the beginning to the end, the sacred dynasty never found the corpse of the true Devil Supreme Lord, nor did they kill the 9 great demon kings. They only defeated the true devil empire that was flourishing at that time. From then on, almost all the disciples of the sects had to learn this part of history in order to be on guard against the possibility of another disaster. Unfortunately, perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but most of the young warriors had already forgotten how terrifying the true devil empire was. It was the true meaning of evil, the true meaning of destruction, where not even a blade of grass grew. At the very least, there were some principles and bottom lines in the war between humans. However, the true devil empire did not. The cities they occupied had always been killed, robbed, and burned. It was as if killing was a game. Because of this, when they saw the statue of the true Devil Supreme Lord, Wanyan Jun and the others did not feel too much fear. Too much time had passed, and the new generation of cultivators lived in a relatively peaceful era. They had long forgotten the bloody storms of the past. Some people even treated the True Devil Empire and the True Devil Emperor as objects of worship. Not only were they not afraid, they were even incomparably excited. Since there is the altar of the True Devil Supreme Lord here, then there should be treasures left behind by the True Devil Empire from back then. This time, I'm afraid we are really lucky. As long as we can kill the Demon General and the Plague Demon King, everything will be ours. Wanyan Jun didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt excitement from the bottom of his heart. The same went for Chen Zue and Shangguan Lei. They had forgotten the fear that the True Devil Empire had brought to the humans, but they remembered the strength of the True Devil Empire at that time. Even if such a powerful empire only left behind 1/10, no 1/100th of its treasures, it would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. That's right. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Zue's eyes were also filled with excitement and greed. In their opinion, the Plague Demon King must not have recovered. Otherwise, why didn't they rebuild the true demonic empire when the human race's sacred dynasty had declined to the extreme? Although Shangguan Lei was a little worried, he couldn't suppress the desire in his heart. Ling Xiao was actually no different. There was the mark of adventure in his blood. Encountering such a place, if he didn't properly investigate before turning around and leaving, it would be too late for regrets. He quietly scuttled past the slaves. To the slaves, it was as if a light breeze brushed past them, but they didn't feel much. There were no supervisors here, but the slaves worked like slaves. Their eyes were filled with stupefaction and fear. They probably saw the terror of the Plague Demon King and knew that they couldn't be lazy, so they were like this. Ordinary people really had no status in this mystic world. If others wanted to treat you as a slave, you wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and became even more determined on his path of martial arts. Become strong. Become an invincible expert. No one would dare to bully you. No one would dare to hurt your family and friends. Ling Xiao walked in the middle of the four people and quietly switched his main body with his martial soul avatar. Although he was greedy and lustful, he still valued his own life more and wouldn't lose his mind because of greed. If his martial soul avatar was destroyed, it could still be reformed, but if his main body was completely destroyed, there would be nothing left. What's more, his martial soul avatar now had nearly 100% of his main body's strength. Of course, this strength didn't include the mountain and river martial spirit or the ancient golden dragon. It could only be calculated according to Ling Xiao's standard cultivation, which was slightly higher. His current cultivation was the early second layer transcendent realm, and his martial soul avatar strength was basically around the mid to late second layer transcendent realm. With this strength, he could actually do a lot of things. The most important thing was that his martial soul avatar could use all his martial skills, but it couldn't use the mountain and river martial spirit or the ancient golden dragon, so it wasn't as strong as his main body. However, his martial soul avatar had a special characteristic that his main body didn't. That was imitation. His martial soul avatar itself was one of the mountain and river martial spirit's abilities, so as long as he saw his opponent's moves once, he could completely imitate them. This also provided his martial soul avatar with some extra combat strength, so it was much stronger than an ordinary early second layer transcendent realm cultivator. After passing through the altar, there seemed to be a palace behind it, and at this time, a powerful evil aura was exuding from the palace. Everyone could see that it was a ball of thick green liquid. It no longer had a body, but the evil aura was coming from this ball of thick green liquid. Master, you really are wise. These people really followed us in. The demon general stood next to the ball of thick green liquid, appearing extremely respectful. To be honest, when his master, Plague Demon King, told him that these people would come down, he didn't believe it. With the plague bone dissolving array in the middle, how could these people come in? But now, he couldn't help but admire his master's wisdom. Of course, he was also surprised by Ling Zhao's terrifying strength. If his guess was right, these 4 people being able to come down was mostly because of Ling Zhao. This is a trap. Hearing the conversation between the Demon General and Plague Demon King, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei all shouted that they had been tricked. They turned around and were about to run away. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura rushed over. This aura was foul and disgusting, but it also had a powerful soul pressure. Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei all fell to the ground, not daring to move. Chapter 381. Ling Zhao's martial soul avatar couldn't feel the soul pressure, but seeing the 3 people fall down, he couldn't just stand there, so he pretended to lie down as well. He didn't dare to act rashly, because he needed to determine the strength of the Plague Demon King first. Ga. A strange sound was heard, and a strange human face appeared on the dark green liquid. Little guys, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The great emperor needs sacrifices for his resurrection. You guys can stay. Master, why don't you check their martial arts talent first? Haven't you always wanted a perfect body? The Demon General said. Among the 4 of them, the one with the best martial arts talent is only an immortal grade treasure body. It's not enough. If I want to be resurrected, I need a divine grade treasure body, at least. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you can't find a better physique than a divine grade treasure body on this continent. This should be because some laws have been deprived. The Plague Demon King looked at Ling Zhao and the other 3 disdainfully. He was not interested in their bodies at all. Master, you're right, but I'm useless. That Yuehua school disciple called Ling Zhao is a little strange. I've lost my body, so I'm no match for him. If the Demon General wanted to fight Ling Zhao to the death, he might be able to injure both of them, but he couldn't afford to be injured. In his opinion, it was too stupid to fight with a dying man. That was why he ran away and tried to use the power of the Plague Demon King to subdue Ling Zhao. Humph, he's just a half-step master. How could he scare you like that? What a good-for-nothing. The dark green liquid snorted, and suddenly a boundless, terrifying aura spread out again. This time, he was mainly targeting Ling Zhao. At that moment, the entire underground palace turned dark green, and there were ghostly wails and howls everywhere. It gave people the feeling that they had fallen into a demonic realm. The most terrifying thing was that Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei, whose souls were injured, felt the earth shake, as if the end of the world had come. This powerful force made Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei shrink back. Ling Zhao set me up. The Pestilence Demon King has clearly recovered his strength. How can we possibly be a match for him? Wan Yanjun cried out in pain. He looked at the Plague Demon King and begged for mercy. Your Highness, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I can provide your Highness with a lot of secrets about the Yuehua school. I can even lend my body to your Highness. Me too. I am also willing to offer my body. I only ask that your Highness spare my life. For a transcendent realm cultivator, as long as their soul existed, they could still survive in another body for some time. However, this wouldn't last for too long. Within a year, he would have to change his body, or else he would age rapidly. But at this time, Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue couldn't care less. They just wanted to live. Even if they had to live in pain, it was better than dying. Better a bad life than a good death. Perhaps after becoming the Plague Demon King's subordinate, he would be able to obtain terrifying power. idiot! Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse, being frightened by the other party's powerful aura and completely losing his mind. How stupid. In fact, if they observed carefully with Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui's eyesight, they would definitely be able to see that the Plague Demon King was just bluffing. If he really had the strength, he wouldn't have used his aura to scare them. Instead, he would have directly captured the four of them and had the demon general send them to the altar. Even if Ling Xiao didn't have a mountain river martial spirit, he could see this. Sure enough, once a person is scared, they become completely brainless. In fact, there was one thing that Ling Xiao hadn't thought of. That was Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui really wanted to submit to the Plague Demon King. They had already forgotten the cruelty of the true Demon Empire's army. They only remembered their strength. The true Demon Empire was able to compete with the human race's sacred dynasty. The current 12 sects and the human race's sacred dynasty were much weaker than they were in the past. What could Wang Yanjun achieve by staying in the Yuehua school? He would probably remain a transcendent realm third layer cultivator for the rest of his life. At most, he would become a transcendent realm fourth layer grandmaster. However, if they became the Plague Demon King's subjects, they could rely on the true Demon Empire's secret technique to reach the heaven realm. Fear and greed made Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui choose to switch sides. Shangguan Lei was still hesitant. He was also afraid of death, but he wasn't as shameless as the other two. Ha ha ha! Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You two have definitely made the right choice. The demon general laughed. To tell you the truth, our master is one of the 9 great demon kings under the true demon emperor, the Plague Demon King. His strength is unparalleled. In the past, besides your sacred dynasty's holy lord, no one else was a match for the 9 great demon kings. Joining the Pestilence Demon King is the wisest choice. We can preserve your souls and even forge stronger bodies for you, as long as you are sincere in your submission. As expected of the Plague Demon King, Ling Xiao had a plan in mind. Wang Yanjun is willing to pledge allegiance to the Plague Demon King, willing to go through water and tread on fire for his majesty. Chen Zui is willing to pledge allegiance to the Plague Demon King, willing to serve his majesty with all my might. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui were already crippled. They were completely shocked by the Plague Demon King's terrifying aura, so they didn't doubt the other party's words. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the demon general was right. The 9 great demon kings were so terrifying that only the human race's holy lord could defeat them. Even the 72 demon generals under the Pestilence Demon King's command were all at the level of a sex grand elder or headmaster. However, that was all in the past. Now, it was obvious that the demon general was only at the peak of the transcendent realm third layer. He was still very weak. As for the Plague Demon King, he was probably revived by the demon general and was even weaker now. At most, his strength was at the peak of the transcendent realm third layer. If the 4 of them worked together, they could definitely cripple the true Demon Empire's remnants. However, it was a pity Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui had completely lost their courage before even taking action. As for Shangguan Lei, although he hadn't agreed to surrender, he was also hesitant and didn't have the slightest intention to fight. Shangguan Lei turned his head and glanced at Ling Xiao. At this time, he felt that he could only rely on Ling Xiao. Perhaps by relying on Ling Xiao's ability, they could still leave this place alive. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to surrender to the demons. For Shangguan Lei, Ling Xiao's calm mind and mysterious and powerful strength were enough to convince him. Sometimes he would think that Ling Xiao was actually able to grow up under the pressure of He Suo and the flame deity. Wasn't that a testament to his ability? On this mission, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, they would have all died here. Although Shangguan Lei didn't know why Ling Xiao was so strong, was it important? Chapter 382. Ling Xiao also noticed Shangguan Lei's expression. This person could still be saved. Moreover, without help, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Plague Demon King and the Demon General at the same time. As for Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue, they were completely useless. Instead of relying on them, he might as well rely on the ants on the ground. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao communicated with the primordial golden dragon in the Mountain River realm. Immediately, a vast and majestic primordial aura fused into his soul power and then enveloped Shangguan Lei's body. At that moment, Shangguan Lei suddenly felt much more relaxed. He slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Without that trembling feeling of fear, his heart also became calm, and he sensed that something was not quite right. Ling Xiao also got his martial soul avatar to stand up. At this moment, it was time to counterattack. He had even thought of what to do. Ignorant humans, how dare you stand in front of the Plague Demon King? You really don't know what's good for you. The Demon General revealed a cold, murderous intent. In his opinion, Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei were already on the list of people who must die. Gaga gaga! The Plague Demon King once again let out a strange, ear-piercing sound. To the ears, it was like a terrifying noise, and it was very uncomfortable. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue felt like vomiting blood, and the scene in front of them started to see double. Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, since the two of you want to be loyal to me, then you must show your sincerity. These two are so bold, and they are unwilling to submit to me. What do you think we should do? Sowing dissension again. When they were above, the Demon General almost succeeded. If not for Ling Xiao stopping him, Shangguan Lei would have been killed by Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue. The Plague Demon King's voice was a little hoarse, but it was very majestic. His voice contained boundless pressure, and it made Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue make up their minds. The pressure on the two of them immediately lessened, and then they revealed a ferocious, murderous intent, and turned to look at Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei. Senior brother, Wang Yin. Senior brother Chen Zue, don't listen to that old monster. Have you forgotten what just happened up there? This guy doesn't dare to make a move because he doesn't have the ability to do so. He wants us to kill each other. Shangguan Lei shouted anxiously. It's useless, Senior Shangguan. The two of them have already turned into demons. Do you think they are just scared? Maybe in their hearts, they really think that this demon can bring them more benefits than Yuehua School. Ling Xiao had already seen through the nature of Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue. To put it nicely, they liked to rely on the strong. To put it bluntly, he was a fence-sitter who swayed with the wind, a classic example of someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Ha ha ha! I want to resurrect the true demon emperor, so I need a lot of subordinates. If you are willing to work for me, I will not mistreat you. Our true demon empire's martial arts are outstanding, and these two top gold grade martial arts manuals are in my hands. As long as you two can kill them, these two martial arts manuals will belong to you. The Plague Demon King saw that Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue couldn't make up their minds to make a move. So he took out the top gold grade martial arts manuals to tempt them. That was a top gold grade martial arts manual. Among all the disciples of Yuehua School, only the top 3 core disciples were qualified to learn it. And now it was placed in front of the two of them. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue's eyes were red, but not from pain, but from greed. However, the two of them didn't dare to act rashly, mainly because they were afraid of Ling Xiao's methods. What two idiots! Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Why did this old demon force you to kill the two of us? It's because his strength hasn't recovered, and he might not even be as strong as the demon general. Kill them, and the two top gold grade martial arts manuals will still be yours, and you won't have to bear the crime of betraying your master. Although he was cursing, he cleverly exposed the Plague Demon King's bluff. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Zhao's words, Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue suddenly became a little confused, and their originally red eyes became clear. Shangguan Lei was completely enlightened, and he was actually quite puzzled. If the Plague Demon King was really so powerful, he could have killed them directly, and there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. What a foolish confidence. The demon general chuckled. That's right. His Highness the Demon King hasn't fully recovered his strength, but even with his current cultivation, he can easily crush the few of you. He's only sparing you because he needs help, but I didn't expect you to not appreciate it. What he said was reasonable and well-founded. Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue were confused again. These two fence-sitters are really hopeless. Ling Xiao noticed Wang Yanjun's and Qin Zue's expressions and knew that there was no point in continuing to dwell on this matter, so he secretly transmitted a message to Shangguan Lei. Later, you'll be in charge of the demon general, and I'll help you. Leave the Plague Demon King, Wang Yanjun, and Qin Zue to me. Can you handle it? Don't worry. Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue are already scared out of their wits. I have my ways to deal with them, but the Plague Demon King isn't easy to deal with. Although he hasn't fully recovered, he should still be slightly stronger than the Demon General, or the Demon General wouldn't be loyal to him. At this point, Ling Xiao stopped transmitting the message. After all, if he spoke too much, it would be easy to be noticed. The reason he analyzed that the Plague Demon King was slightly stronger than the Demon General was mainly because the true Demon Empire had always worshipped the strong. If a superior was not as strong as a subordinate, they would likely be kicked down or even killed. Kill them? Are you waiting for this king to do it himself? The Plague Demon King suddenly released a terrifying aura, causing Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue to completely lose the will to resist. In fact, it was just as Ling Xiao had predicted. The Plague Demon King was indeed slightly stronger than the Demon General, and he had already recovered his cultivation to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. However, although this cultivation was stronger than Wang Yanjun, Qin Zue, Shangguan Lei, and Ling Xiao, it did not have an overwhelming advantage. It was because of this that, like the Demon General, he hoped to make Ling Xiao and the others kill each other. He had done this many times in the past, and it had always succeeded. However, today, facing a half-step grandmaster, a cultivator who hadn't even reached the Transcendent Realm, he found that his plan had been seen through. Fortunately, Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue were opportunists who liked to rely on the strong. Otherwise, today's matter would have been very difficult to deal with. Go! Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue glanced at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They had always been like this and had never encountered any problems. So this time, they also felt that this was the right thing to do. Chapter 383. Follow the plan. Ling Xiao shouted as he faced Wang Yanjun and Qin Zue head-on. At the same time, he paid close attention to the Plague Demon King's movements. Lost for Shangguan Lei, he charged towards the Demon General. Although he wasn't as strong as the Demon General, he could use the soul-freezing silver needles again, causing the Demon General to be somewhat wary of him. So, for the time being, he could still stall for time. Golden Brick. Wang Yanjun tried to take out his hidden weapon, the Golden Brick, to deal with Ling Xiao, but he didn't take anything out. Is this what you're looking for? Ling Xiao smiled as he took out the Golden Brick from his mountain river world. In fact, Ling Xiao had long felt that Wang Yanjun wasn't reliable, so when Wang Yanjun used the Golden Brick to deal with the Plague Beast, he had already stored it in his mountain river world. What Wang Yanjun took back was just a fake golden brick that he made out of gold. Wang Yanjun never noticed this sky-stealing, sun-swapping technique. How did you get my golden brick hidden weapon? Wan Yin-jun immediately panicked. His cultivation wasn't low, peaked transcendent realm level 3. If he really wanted to fight Ling Xiao seriously, it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to win unless he transformed into his human dragon form. Unfortunately, he was completely panicking at this time. Here, just as he was panicking, Ling Xiao directly flew out of the golden brick. The golden brick turned into a golden light and smashed into Wan Yin-jun's head like a bolt of lightning. Good heavens, that's not weak at all. Wan Yin-jun collapsed to the ground after being smashed. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was almost completely crippled and had no strength left to fight. Trash! The pestilence demon king cursed. Then he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Wan Yin-jun, who was not completely dead yet. Wan Yin-jun was instantly turned into his nutrients. The green light on his body also became much brighter. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The body of a Yuehua school inner disciple is really a great supplement. I only hope that the great emperor won't blame me. Amidst the soft whispers, the pestilence demon king's body started to change, gradually taking on Wan Yin-jun's appearance. Although this body is still too weak, it's not bad for temporary battles. Muttering to himself, his dark green eyes once again stared at Ling Xiao. He now realized that Ling Xiao was the most troublesome person on the entire battlefield. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, that Shangguan Lei was not worth mentioning at all. Chun Zue was completely dumbfounded. Wan Yin-jun died right in front of him and was swallowed by the Plague Demon King, so he was a little scared. Only now did he truly understand that the brutality of the demons in the true demonic empire was not false, even if he sincerely sought refuge with the Plague Demon King. But in the end, wouldn't they still end up as delicacies in the belly of the Demon King of Plagues? Why aren't you doing anything? Pestilence Demon King coldly glanced at Qinzue and asked, Ling Xiao, save me. At this moment, Qinzue suddenly realized how stupid he had been. Making a deal with the Demon King was scarier than asking a tiger for its skin. He ran towards Ling Xiao in a panic. In his eyes, only Ling Xiao could save him. You're asking for it. The Plague Demon King sneered and suddenly attacked. It was so fast that Qinzue could not defend himself. Uffed. Qinzue felt as if something had pierced a hole in his body, and a cold and evil aura quickly entered his meridians and blood. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Ling Xiao, save me, and I won't tell anyone that you injured Wan Yin-jun. At this point, he was still threatening Ling Xiao. This guy was really hopeless. Idiot! Ling Xiao had no intention of saving Qinzue. If you die, you won't be able to speak either, right? You can't just leave me to die. You can't. Qinzue was in despair. He did not expect this to be the outcome. He was going to die in a demon's den that no one knew about. Perhaps he would become the Plague Demon King's meal, or perhaps he would become a sacrifice for the true Demon Emperor's resurrection. But no matter what, his death was too tragic. Crack! Qinzue felt as if his heart had been crushed by something, and his life force was constantly draining away. Finally, before he died, he saw a bloody mouth, which was still dripping with thick green liquid. Seeing this, Shangguan Lei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Plague Demon King was too cruel. Everything recorded in the history books was true. Senior brother Shangguan, focus on dealing with the demon general. I'll bring you out alive. You're different from those two pieces of trash. At least you know what a bottom line is. Ling Xiao's words were naturally to give Shangguan Lei a guarantee. He did not want Shangguan Lei to think too much and be worried that he would kill him. At least for now, Ling Xiao really had to rely on Shangguan Lei to pin down the demon general. His martial soul avatar alone was definitely not the demon general's opponent, and his main body still had to deal with the Plague Demon King. The key to today's battle was still the Plague Demon King, an early-stage transcendent realm fourth layer cultivator. This was the strongest enemy Ling Xiao had encountered so far. Whether or not he could deal with it was directly related to whether he and Shangguan Lei could return alive. So, 36 Big Dipper flying swords flew out, dragging snow-white golden lotus true chi behind them as they shot towards the Plague Demon King. At this time, Ling Xiao's main body had already come out of the mountain and river martial soul and was facing the Plague Demon King. His martial soul avatar cooperated with Shangguan Lei to deal with the demon general. In this way, they could at least suppress the Plague Demon King and prevent Shangguan Lei from falling into a desperate situation. If Shangguan Lei died, the demon general and Plague Demon King would join forces, and Ling Xiao would be doomed. Asterisk pu. Asterisk the 36 Big Dipper flying swords were all blocked by a ball of green liquid in front of the Plague Demon King. This ball of green liquid might not be that hard, but it was extremely tough. Not a single one of the 36 Big Dipper flying swords could pierce through it. This Pestilence Demon King was truly not a simple character. Keek, boy, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but against this king, you have no chance of winning. The Plague Demon King's lips curled into a cold smile, but he had no intention of chasing after Ling Xiao. Instead, he stood there as a strange mouth appeared behind him. It was like an endless abyss, and it was impossible to see how deep this mouth was. Ling Xiao had never seen or heard of such a martial soul before. It seemed that the mystic world was so big that it was full of strange things. He had once seen Li Annal's martial soul in Yuehua school as a fist, but now he saw a martial soul that looked like a giant abyss mouth. The giant mouth opened, but it did not attack. Instead, it looked like it was chewing. At the same time, Ling Xiao noticed that the green light on the Plague Demon King's body was becoming clearer and clearer. He could not help but frown. Chapter 384. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Ling Xiao's martial soul avatars were fighting the demon general. Novel. Although the martial soul avatars were not as strong as Shangguan Lei, they had endless moves that caught the demon general off guard. Shangguan Lei cooperated well with him and actually gradually suppressed the fiend general. With victory in sight, Shangguan Lei was excited. The only thing he was worried about now was Ling Xiao. That was also the key. Even if he killed the demon general, as long as the Plague Demon King was not dead, they would still lose. If they lost this battle, their lives would be in danger. On the other hand, the demon general knew this very well. Although he was suppressed now, he would not be killed in a short time. He knew how terrifying the Plague Demon King was. As long as he could hold on, he believed that the Plague Demon King would be able to kill that kid called Ling Xiao. Then, it would be their victory. Thinking of this, the demon general stopped fighting and began to use the terrain of the underground palace to escape. In a situation where he fought and retreated as long as he could stay alive and delay until the Plague Demon King killed Ling Xiao. It would be enough. Ha. You're going to die soon. The Plague Demon King stood there and looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Although other martial artists had entered this place before, he had never taken the initiative to attack. As long as he released his terrifying aura, the other party would be captured without a fight. However, today, he did not expect that a half-step master would force him to take action. He felt that this was a humiliation, so he wanted to let Ling Xiao taste the most painful death in the world. He wanted to let Ling Xiao die while wailing. Humph, you want to convert Wanyan Jun and Chen Zui's true yuan and soul power? Do you really think I'm stupid? Ling Xiao snorted. He noticed that the Plague Demon King was not in a hurry to attack, so he would definitely choose to stop him. Wind celestial phenomenon, rain celestial phenomenon, thunder celestial phenomenon, Big Dipper sword formation. The wind was howling. The rain was pouring. The thunder was roaring. In an instant, the Big Dipper sword formation that fused the power of 3 celestial phenomena appeared above the Plague Demon King. 36 Big Dipper flying swords mixed with the power of wind, rain, and thunder shot toward the Plague Demon King. Puchi! The first sword light pierced through the thick green liquid defense, but the sword light weakened and was unable to continue forward. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that although this sword light did not penetrate the thick green liquid defense, it had cut a large hole in it. At the same time, the rainwater began to seep into the thick green liquid. Puchi! The second sword light was the same. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The Plague Demon King's expression finally changed. Then the sword light shot out, and the thick green liquid defense actually collapsed completely. The rainwater mixed into it, causing it to completely disintegrate and disappear, losing its defensive ability. The sword lights were all aimed at the Pestilence Demon King. Puchi! Puchi! Rumble! Rumble! The sword light pierced Wanyan-Jun's body like a hedgehog, and with a boom, his body exploded into pieces. Hateful human brat! In midair, the thick green liquid appeared once again. It was the Plague Demon King's true body. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to abandon the body he had just obtained and escape. Otherwise, he felt that his main body would also be severely injured. The thick green liquid condensed again, and this time it took the shape of Chenzue. However, his face was filled with anger, because his plan had been completely disrupted by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had never expected the Tiangang sword formation to kill the Plague Demon King. All he did was to interrupt the Plague Demon King from absorbing and transforming Wanyan-Jun and Chenzue's vital essence and soul energy. If he allowed this guy to succeed, he believed that the Plague Demon King would definitely increase his strength again. At that time, even he, Ling Xiao, would be powerless. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts is indeed much more powerful when used together with martial arts. Most importantly, it can produce different effects, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more satisfied with the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Although in the sect, both friends and foes advised him not to cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, thinking that it was an extremely terrifying martial art that would backfire on its owner. However, he still persisted in cultivating it. He had only cultivated to the 3rd level and was already so powerful. If he really cultivated to the 12th level, how powerful would he be? Ah, ignorant human brat, you have angered me. This king will tear you to pieces. The Plague Demon King was completely enraged. After condensing Chenzue's body, he suddenly launched an attack, throwing a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch looked ordinary, but it contained the power of plague poison. It was much more terrifying than the poison divine fist of the Sword King, an inner disciple of the Yuehua school. Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array. Ling Xiao was not willing to fight the Plague Demon King head-on yet. He planned to observe for a while and find a way to kill the Plague Demon King before making his move. Otherwise, even if he destroyed the Plague Demon King's body, it would still escape. That would be meaningless. Not to mention, this was an attack from an early-stage transcendent Realm 4th layer martial artist. He did not want to take it head-on. Although he might be able to withstand it with the heavenly dragon golden body, he would definitely be injured. Dodging was the best option. After all, his movement technique had been upgraded to gold-grade superior movement technique, and it contained the effect of an illusion array, making it impossible for the enemy to catch sight of him. Boom! The entire underground palace trembled. The Pestilence Fiend King's punch was truly ruthless, corroding everything within a radius of over 10 meters. If Ling Xiao had not dodged in time, he would have been injured. The Plague Demon King, became even angrier after his attack failed. He continued to punch with both fists, creating countless afterimages. Every punch left a deep crater in the ground. Ling Xiao's current speed was not very fast, but his movement technique had reached an unfathomable level. No matter how many afterimages the Plague Demon King threw, he could easily dodge them as if he was taking a stroll in the park. If there were others here, they would probably misunderstand that the Plague Demon King was deliberately not attacking Ling Xiao. Because every time Ling Xiao dodged, it was just right. It was neither too early nor too late. Not only did this conserve true qi, but it also conserved strength. The Cloud Dragon Divine Journey. Illusion Array upgraded by dozens of gold-grade elementary martial arts was indeed much more powerful than before. Facing the early stage transcendent Realm 4th Layer Plague Demon King, he did not give him the slightest chance. The Plague Demon King suddenly stopped his attacks. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. This little brat was just a half-step grandmaster. How could he have such an unfathomable movement technique? With his crazy attacks, forget a half-step grandmaster. Even a cultivator in the Transcendent Realm 5th Layer would not be able to completely dodge. This little brat's clothes were not even dirty. Was this possible? How could a half-step grandmaster possess such a miraculous movement technique? This little brat must have been hiding his strength, right? How treacherous. Chapter 385. I've really encountered a troublesome brat today. I didn't expect him to be so difficult to deal with. The Plague Demon King's heart sank. Ever since he awakened, he had never been so passive. Your Highness Plague Demon King, it seems that your body is weak and your eyesight isn't good either. Why do you keep hitting the ground and walls? If you want to tear this place down, I'll help you. There's no need to trouble yourself. When the other party stopped attacking, Ling Xiao also stopped moving. Under the precise calculation of his mountain and river martial spirit, he would never waste any of his true qi. After a period of observation, Ling Xiao had gradually figured out the Plague Demon King's methods. However, because he wasn't completely sure, he still didn't immediately counterattack. He liked to be in control of everything in a battle, so the more confident he was, the better. Smelly brat. The Plague Demon King was also thinking that continuing like this wasn't a good idea. It would be better to first destroy Shangguan Lei and his martial spirit avatar, then join forces with the demon general to deal with this brat. Considering all this, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and he quickly rushed towards Shangguan Lei and Ling Xiao's martial spirit avatar. Don't think you'll succeed. In that instant, Ling Xiao understood Pestilence Demon King's plan. He absolutely could not allow Pestilence Demon King to join forces with the demon general. Otherwise, if an early Transcendent Realm 4th Layer cultivator teamed up with a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer cultivator, he would have no choice but to flee. So, at that moment, Ling Xiao's speed increased to the limit, attempting to intercept the Plague Demon King halfway. How is this brat so fast? The Plague Demon King was taken aback, but then a new idea appeared in his mind. Brat, you've been dodging here and there, so I can't hit you, but since you've delivered yourself to me, this king can't let you go. He had indeed planned to kill Shangguan Lei first, but now he changed his mind at the last minute, preparing to beat Ling Xiao at his own game, pretending to be Shangguan Lei while in fact accumulating strength for a move to attack. Gagaga, brat, you're dead this time. Heaven Plague Fist. When Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from Pestilence Demon King, Pestilence Demon King suddenly turned around and threw a punch at him. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. In midair, Ling Xiao's appearance had changed greatly. His originally black pupils had turned golden, and a pair of dragon horns had grown out of his head. His long hair had completely turned crimson, and his clothes had disappeared. However, a scale-like golden armor had condensed on the surface of his body. His fiery red cloak fluttered behind him. The cloak was like a dragon's whiskers. This was his human dragon form. The heavenly dragon divine finger was extremely powerful. However, it could only be used in the humanoid dragon form or the primordial golden dragon form. Qi-la, a streak of golden light shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip. It suddenly flashed with blinding light and pierced through the pestilence demon king's palm without any resistance, leaving a circle of charred wounds on his body. Of course, this was not the end. The charred wound continued to release a terrifying dragon aura, causing the plague demon king's body to tremble and land on the ground in a panic. Chun Zue's body was still too weak. Even if it was borrowed by the plague demon king, it still could not withstand a single strike from the heavenly dragon divine finger. The aura of the primordial divine dragon, the plague demon king, was once again forced out of his body. Chun Zue's body could no longer be used. The terrifying dragon aura made it impossible for him to stand still, unless he used all his strength to resist that terrifying dragon aura. However, that would not do. He still had to face that cunning brat. That damned brat. Who exactly was he? Why did he have the aura of the primordial divine dragon? And why did his appearance change? Could it be that this brat was actually just a temporary body for someone else to reside in? Staring at Chun Zue's body that was constantly being torn apart by the dragon aura, the plague demon king's mind was in a mess. "Senior, please show yourself for a chat. My true demon's empire shouldn't have any grudges with you. Why help this brat?" The plague demon king suddenly looked at Ling Xiao very seriously and respectfully as he spoke. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. His sudden transformation into the humanoid dragon form and the terrifying power of the heavenly dragon divine finger had caused the plague demon king to mistakenly think that his body had been taken over by someone else. This brat is the sole dwelling that this seat has taken a fancy to. If you destroy him, where will this seat find such a good soul dwelling to reside in the future? After figuring out the twists and turns, Ling Xiao began to deliberately tease the plague demon king. He believed that if the plague demon king knew that there was a powerful soul residing in his body, it would definitely bring immense pressure to the plague demon king. This way, in battle, his advantage would be even more obvious. Please forgive this junior's poor eyesight. This brat is merely a treasured body. Senior actually took a fancy to him. The plague demon king retreated more than 10 meters, leaving enough distance for himself to escape, then opened his mouth to ask, "Idiot, with your eyesight, you should know that he's good. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, in my anger, I don't care if you're from the true demon's empire or the plague demon king, I'll kill you both." Ling Xiao coldly shouted. Of course, he did not expect the plague demon king to escape just like that. As long as the other party showed the slightest bit of mental slack, or even a trace of fear or hesitation, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of. "Senior, aren't you being too unreasonable? This place was built by this junior's hard work. How can you take it for yourself just because you say so?" The plague demon king frowned, feeling a little angry. "If I give you face and call you senior, if I don't give you face, I'll kill you too. If this king wants to take it, then I'll take it. If you don't scram, then die." Ling Xiao had the aura of a tyrannical senior. With a shake of his body, he pounced towards the plague demon king. After transforming into his dragon form, Ling Xiao felt that his combat strength had soared by a lot. Peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer cultivators were no longer a problem, and early Transcendent Realm 4th Layer cultivators were also a piece of cake. Since that was the case, why keep the Plague Demon King alive? His plan was to keep it in his Mountain River world. Even if the Plague Demon King wanted to escape, he would not let him go. "Madman, The Plague Demon King was once an invincible and ruthless demon king, but facing the tyrannical Ling Xiao, he felt a little ashamed. Pung pung, pung pung, ka ka. The two exchanged more than 10 moves in a row in the air. Although the Plague Demon King did not have a physical body, he was not weak at all when fighting in his true form. In fact, he felt more at ease. This made Ling Xiao a little puzzled. If the Plague Demon King could fight in his true form, why did he need a physical body? There must be a reason. Although Ling Xiao did not know what the reason was, he believed that his mountain river martial spirit would be able to analyze it soon. Once he found this guy's weakness, it would be time to launch a full counterattack. After exchanging more than 10 moves with Ling Xiao, the Plague Demon King became more and more wary.